अरे ये कितना टाइम देना है इसको?
15 मिनट
छोड़ दो। बस ठीक है, हो गया हुआ है। ठीक है, ओके। जूम पे आ जाएगा तो उसको ले लूँ। नेक्स्ट पर जल्दी से थोड़ा लॉक कर लो। ठीक है, बस जाने दो। मैं अंधेरा किया
नहीं होगा।
अपना लैपटॉप में कनेक्ट कर यार। अभी
सोर्स नहीं है।
सोर्स कहाँ मतलब?
भी अपने इसमें चाहिए।
चलो सही है, ओके।
निकालते हैं फिर।
ठीक है, बात ईमेल करते हैं। ऐसा नहीं हो सकेगा, लास्ट मोमेंट पे ये चीजें एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं होती यार ये। अस्सलाम वालेकुम। जी अलहमदुल्ला। मैडम जल्दी बात कर लीजिएगा, जल्दी बात करना इवेंट में। अच्छा जी, सेकंड। मैं चेक करवा देता हूँ। मैं चेक करवा मैं करवा रहा हूँ, करवा रहा हूँ, बिल्कुल भेज रहा हूँ। लाइव तो नहीं कर सकते कॉम्प्यूटर की पहले से बताओ तो करो ना यार। अब भाई मैं ये सारी चीजें निकालूँ तो सारी चीजें ईमेल बनाएंगे। ईमेल 200 MB। Send it to me over email. I cannot extract anything from my laptop. The company will not allow me. All right. Even the email? Email, it's 200 MB. I cannot send email. Maximum 220 MB per email. वही छोड़ हेलो छोड़ देंगे और इसके बाद प्रेजेंटेशन है। जी सर, आप भेज रहा हूँ बंदा। Let me try. सर मैंने सुन लिया है, मैं हमें बंदा ही भेज रहा हूँ। जिस फाजिया की कॉल आ गई उनके अंदर। Try to upload this. Right? Then you तो अभी as soon as possible. You have got 10 minutes. Try for कैमरा नहीं आ रहा, ऑडियंस भी क्या मेरा कैमरा ऑडियंस में डाल
not real. It is generated by AI, but it looks so convincing. It looks like a real person, and it can be done in real time. So you can answer the questions, you can receive the reply, you can talk with the person. He is moving head, he is blinking, like it's real one, but it is not. And this is the problem, because this type of the technologies can be used very soon, not to target your VIP, not to target your senior staff, but to target each and every employee in your organization. And that is why when we're talking about usage of AI in wrong hands, it can be applied in so many areas. For example, we can, instead of using some kind of set of tools, Nmap and other tools for penetration testing, we can ask AI, can you just compromise this organization? And it will reply to you, yes, of course, it's not a problem because we have pen tests, GPT, like some kind of a system that is helping you and aid you and assist you in order to compromise the infrastructures of the organizations. And we have like thousands and thousands of different other tools that can be used as evil. That is why on top of the AI-assisted social engineering, can be used to provide the fraud. It can be used for the mass phishing attack. It can be used for generate of the malware itself. So you do not need to be a hacker to create the backdoor these days. You just ask GPT-like systems, okay, can you write me the code of the backdoor? And it will tell it. Of course, here it is, the Python script. And the last one is the part that is still not obvious, but with implementation of AI, there will be more and more attacks targeting the AI itself. It is called large language models exploitation. And this is the new type of the threats because you will implement in the nearby future more chatbots so that you will be able to communicate with your customers and with your clients in a more efficient way. Help desk will be almost eliminated and will be replaced with tier 3 experts that will focus only on some very specific technical problem. And tier 1 and tier 2 will be replaced by the AI, meaning they will be the attacks in order to circumvent the controls, in order to get and extract some specific type of the data. More and more information will be processed by AI, including the confidential data. So targeting the AI is almost the same as targeting your databases. So how to fight all of this? And the answer is very simple. You need to use AI to fight the AI because human beings are naturally slower. Human beings can be creative. Human beings can go deep in technical research, but they will be slower than AI. It is just the fact. That is why you need to use a set of technologies and tools that will fight AI-generated cyber attacks with the same speed, with the same effort. And we are doing this in Kaspersky. So we have all aspects of our machine learning algorithms that we are using for more than 20 years in order to identify the malware. We're using a lot of different algorithms for machine learning, but we're also using large language models. We help these in order to fulfill specific type of the goals. For example, this is what machine learning can do. And over here, we're talking about the creating of the profile. It's very useful for industrial protection because we can identify any anomalies in the network traffic or the telemetry from the endpoints. But we're also talking about usage of large language models. For example, assistance for the SOC analyst. Right now, we do not need to look through all the logs and all the events that is relevant to the incident. Right now, we have, for example, Kira. It is auto-response assistant that is using the natural language in order to communicate with your SOC team. So instead of trying to search for specific type of events, specific type of the log, events IDs, and other things, we just ask in natural way, okay, so what are the events that are related to this? And can you provide me the kill chain of the recent incidents related to this event? And it will provide both. So this is the way how we can simplify the work of the experts. We're also talking about automation of some specific activities. For example, if you're talking about asset scoring, risk activities, whether or not they are risky or not, so whether or not the change in infrastructure is approved or not. Right now, you can just automate all of this based on the time, based on what kind of accounts was involved, and based on the technical profile of the organization. So this is what we can do. And of course, as the primary topic of today is threat intelligence, we also use generative AI for development of the reports, for development of the indicators of compromise, for creation of the intelligence based on open source threat intelligence. And we are using it to process both private and publicly available information. And this is what we are doing, because when we're talking about the threats, before it was pretty difficult to evaluate. Okay, so tell me how the industry is performing. Tell me how the country is performing. Before it was pretty tricky questions, but right now it is much more easy and much more effective. Because this is an example of what we can do with involvement of machine algorithms and artificial intelligence. We can develop a tailored threat profiling of the country. So we can tell that, for example, during the last 3 quarters, there was 2.5 million of the online attacks. We see that our clients and customers experience almost 300,000 of exploits in Microsoft Office, in Google Chrome, and in other applications. We see that there was a lot of ransomware attack, almost 42K. And we see a lot of other details and statistics. So before it requires the effort and manual research, right now it is fully automated. You can see a list of most active actors in Pakistan for the ransomware and for the APT groups. You can evaluate what kind of tactics, techniques, and procedures they're using. You can merge this information with your EDR solutions, with the CM tools. But of course, there is still some kinds of activities that requires the human beings. We cannot automate everything. The part of research, the part of evaluation of the APT groups, understanding of what kind of new technologies they are using is still requires the human beings. So one of the examples you can see like Sidewinder, it's one of the APT groups that is targeting Pakistan. And this report was developed by the human. They identified at first which kind of countries they are targeting, what kind of activities they're performing, which countries they operate, so what kind of verticals they're trying to compromise. And of course, they're telling more and developing this kind of a very nice diagrams of how exactly their attacks are occurring. What kind of a DLLs and executable files are downloaded? What kind of a command and control centers are involved? What kind of a new components, such as stealth bots in this very case, what kind of new components the APT group recently developed, and what kind of hash sums of the files you need to search with the new infrastructure in order to identify if you was targeted by this threat actor. So these kind of details are still developed by the human beings. So that is why we need to transform from the point of view when threat intelligence departments was mainly about indicators of compromise and implementation of the YARA rules to the moment when threat intelligence departments is becoming more and more advanced. The experts that should work there should predict the threats, not just react to them. And of course, when we're talking about other aspects, we also, as Kaspersky, as our threat intelligence portfolio, we are ready to share with you all of this data. We develop hundreds of different type of APT and crimeware reports. We developed and provide you in real time, actually it's updated every 10 minutes, the digital footprint intelligence, and we are providing you with the data feeds with all malicious IP addresses, domain names, hash sums of the files, and description of the threat vectors. And of course, we are doing the research related to how the incident occurred, how exactly it happened. And that is where we are talking about our endpoint protection, when we're talking about our EDR tools, when we're talking about XDR solution that we have in place in order to identify even the 0 days that is used within your infrastructure. So for example, for the last several years, we find out almost 32 0 days purely based on our technologies. And the last one that we did was related to the Google Chrome. It's quite an interesting one because it is one-click attack. So you receive the email, you click the link, it's open on the Google Chrome, and after that, your endpoint is fully compromised. So you do not need to open any other files, you do not need to install any plugins, you do not need to do any other actions. Just opening the link in the Google Chrome is allowing you to break out of the Google Chrome sandbox that is allowing you to download any type of the malicious files and execute them within your infrastructure. So this is type of research that we are doing. And of course, we notified Google, we tell them about this 0-day vulnerability. We identified a list of the targeted organizations that was compromised and identified them as well, because this is our goal. Our goal is to make a safer future. So this is what we was talking about from the point of view of technologies, but we also have a pretty big consultancy team to tell our customers how to create the cyber threat intelligence department. And we're using a very holistic approach. 4 domains, 19 principles of the cyber threat intelligence data, followed by the stage-by-stage approach. In total, we recommend to develop almost 41 documents, policies, procedures. We are talking about different type of templates, even the presentation for the top management. What kind of a data the top management will be looking at is very different from what type of threat intelligence data the SOC team will look at. So even this kind of information need to be defined in advance. So that is why you can see that a lot of departments are involved for this type of the project. Our consultancy team, our threat intelligence team, our implementation team, in order to succeed with your goal. And to summarize, I would like to say that AI is changing the threat landscape. The cyber attacks became more faster, more advanced. Instead of targeting just VIPs, you can target each and every person with the organization. You can target them using the information that is collected from the internet, on the Facebook, on the LinkedIn. So this kind of a profiling of each and every person can be automated right now by AI-powered or SIEM. We're talking about the automation of cyber actions. We're talking about automation of penetration testing, great teaming. We're talking about AI system malware development and mass market phishing generation. When each and every email is tailored and customized, not be reactive, but they will anticipate the future threats and provide strategic guidelines for your cybersecurity. So that is all from my side. And thanks a lot for your attending.
Thank you, Mr. Dimitri. We have for
Want to quickly introduce myself. My name is Chris Jalech. I'm a regional sales engineer at CrowdStrike. For the past 4.5 years covering the region. Did I say Chris Jalech or should I say Adil Khan? Now, for those who don't know the story of Adil Khan, I was able to guys, I need a clicker. Thank you. So as I was saying, this is Adil Khan. He was actually created to impersonate or to demonstrate how easy attackers today can change their face and can trick recruiters. Once they trick the recruiters, they can actually have actual interviews with them and they can be part of the company. Now, the other challenge is that attackers today are also working on generative AI assistant to generate fake identities. This is how they are actually bypassing background checks. So this is a quick example of how someone can use ChatGPT to create fake identities. Now, again, this is just for demo purposes. Those are definitely identifiable, like we can easily identify that this is a fake identity. However, this is just an example to show you today how the adversaries are actually leveraging the use of generative AI to take advantage of these kind of things. Now, the problem today is that the adversaries or the attackers are actually socially engineering us. Now, why is that? Simply because they want to steal the identity. Now, why would they want an identity? If everything is available to them, they have access to the biggest payloads, they have access to huge infrastructures, why do they need identity? And to answer this question, let us take a quick recap on basically how the attacks used to happen 5 years ago. If you look into this, 5 years ago, whenever an attacker wants to breach an organization, he used to follow a complicated attack kill chain. He starts by initial access, discovery, privilege escalation, and then eventually reaching lateral movement and performing the impact. Today, unfortunately, they are immediately starting in the middle. This is where we start talking about identity-based attacks. So the adversaries today are immediately starting with lateral movement. Now, how is that? They simply go to the deep and dark web and they purchase credentials and they authenticate as if they are normal users. What you're seeing on the screen is just a quick example, snippet from the deep and dark web, where we can see some of the leaked government accounts related to Pakistan. And this is normal, nothing to worry about. We've seen this all over the world. Unfortunately, this is what's happening. There's a huge infrastructures dealing with leaked credentials. And whenever someone wants to break into an environment, they simply go to the deep and dark web, they purchase those credentials, and they authenticate as if they are normal users. Now, if you know CrowdStrike, we always say you don't have a malware problem, you have an adversary problem. Today, if I really want to stop breaches and I really want to anticipate, breaches in my organization or threats in my environment, I need to ask myself a question: who is my enemy? Because once I understand the tactics, techniques, and procedures of my enemy, this is where I can start being proactive. Now, CrowdStrike today is monitoring more than 260 threat actor groups distributed all over the world. And those threat actor groups are categorized in 3 main categories. So this is where we talk about nation-state actors. Yeah. So this is where we talk about nation-state actors, e-crime groups, and hacktivism. So what's the difference between those 3 groups? When we talk about nation-state actors, these usually are groups backed up by government entities. So these are people that have unlimited budget, they are backed up by the government, and they only require or seeking one thing, which is your data. Once they get the data, they are feeding back to their own governments as part of threat intelligence collection or as part of espionage. The second group is what we call e-crime group. This is what we know of the ransomware gangs, like Lockbit, like Conti, Black Cat, all of these guys. And the hacktivism, the third group, is usually the guys or the people that have a specific agenda. Usually it's a political agenda, like anonymous team. They usually go and perform some kind of DDoS, and from there they say that, yeah, I was able to deface a website as proven an idea from a political perspective. Now, what is the Pakistan threat landscape? So if you look at CrowdStrike, today, every year we release a global threat report that talks about what we saw in the past year, who are the main adversaries, who are the main, victims from an infrastructure perspective, like related to a specific sector, related to a specific country. And now looking back into the Pakistani landscape, we can see that the tigers and the e-crime groups or the spiders are actually the ones targeting entities the most. Now, in CrowdStrike, we follow a specific naming convention. When we say tiger, it means India. When we say bear, it means Russia, China, panda, and so on and so forth. So tigers and spiders are continuously targeting entities. And exactly what we are seeing today, there is a common pattern between all of them. So what you're seeing on the screen is just quick examples of some of the adversaries. So when it comes to tiger or Indians, CrowdStrike today is monitoring more than 8 different threat actor groups related to India. Spiders, we have more than 20 different groups So spiders, again, these are the e-crime group related to ransomware activities. Now, if you look into all of these adversary profile, we will notice that there is something in common. All of them, they usually look for credentials, or they try to log into your environment using credentials. And not just that, they are also interested in creating or applying something called cross-domain attacks. So the common between all of these adversaries is that they follow a concept or a strategic approach, which is what we call cross-domain strategy or cross-domain attack. So cross-domain attack means that today the adversary is targeting multiple layers in your environment. They are no longer targeting a specific sector or specific section. They are actually moving laterally between multiple areas. So they are starting today with SaaS compromise, for example. Today, many organizations are shifting into SaaS. So they start by compromising the SaaS infrastructure, then they move into identity. This is where they target your intra ID, your Active Directory infrastructure. From there, they will move to endpoint. And we've seen it a lot and multiple times in the region where they actually target the vCenter or vSphere infrastructure. And from there, they are actually targeting your whole infrastructure and starting to do encryption from within the organization. After they finish with this particular approach, they then move to cloud. And now we've seen a lot of entities performing digital transformation, right? You're moving to cloud. You're using AWS, Azure, Google, Oracle, all of these things. And the adversary is following you there. Unfortunately, wherever you go, the adversary is following you. So again, it's not just about executing an attack in a strategic way. It's also about being creative. So the adversaries today are smart, right? They are using generative AI. They're using tools that are extremely advanced. But what they are focusing on the most is basically targeting the human or targeting the user. What I'm about to show you is a very interesting story of one of the scenarios that we were involved in the investigation. This is how CrowdStrike was able to detect an attack in less than 4 minutes. Now, what was this attack? This attack is actually executed usually by nation state and e-crime groups. What they did is they selected one entity that they wanted to target. Inside of this entity, based on LinkedIn profile, they selected one user and they got his email and they bombarded his inbox. They sent him 1,000 spam inbox, 1,000 spam emails. That doesn't make sense. And then they waited 10, 15 minutes, and then they called him. They said, hello, how are you? This is the IT support. And we've noticed that apparently there's a malware on your machine. You have a lot of malicious emails that you are receiving. Now, obviously, this guy that's part of the entity will say, oh yeah, this guy is right. I mean, how does he know? Definitely he's the IT administrator in the environment. And what the attacker will tell him, let me have a remote access to your machine so we can use Zoom, we can use AnyDesk, we can use TeamViewer, and from there, you will allow me to enter your machine, and to do the investigation for you. And this is what he did, actually. So he allowed the adversary to connect to his machine through AnyDesk. Now, AnyDesk is not a malware. AnyDesk is a normal tool that many of you use today in the organization. However, the usage of this AnyDesk was malicious. This is where we talk about hands-on keyboard activities or hands-on keyboard attacks. Once the attacker was able to get access to his machine, he started running some commands, running some implants, and from there, he started his lateral movement. This whole attack chain takes less than 4 minutes. If the user is convinced that this guy is my IT administrator, he can basically do whatever he wants on the system. So what we need today is anticipation. And anticipation requires threat intelligence, right? Today, I cannot just go and predict random information or random events. I need to anticipate the adversaries based on real facts, based on real tactics, techniques, and procedures. But before we start looking into threat intelligence, I need to pause and ask a question. What is more important than the intelligence itself? Today, anyone can come to me and tell me, look, Chris, be careful. We've seen this attacker doing this and that. Be careful. We've seen a new malware doing this and that. But before I start believing him or before I start taking action on what this guy is telling me, I need to ask him a question. From where did you get this information? Right? Because if he's not getting the information from a credible source, then, I mean, this information is useless. So what's more important than the intelligence itself is actually the source. So if I was able to verify the source, definitely I'll be able to use this intelligence or use this information to take actions in my organization. Now, talking about CrowdStrike, today we have the biggest repository in the world when it comes to threat intelligence. This repository is protecting more than 50 million endpoints deployed all over the world. Many of these endpoints are actually customers of CrowdStrike in Pakistan, government entity, critical infrastructure. And CrowdStrike is using the threat intel backend to take action or to inform customers all over the world about the latest tactics, techniques, and procedures, the latest strategies of these adversaries. So CrowdStrike is involved with more than thousands of IR engagement on a yearly basis. Think of any major incident in the world, you always see CrowdStrike doing the investigation. Think of it as the leader in endpoint security. Think of it as the leader in collecting intelligence. So what we are trying to do today is to help customer use this infrastructure to answer questions. Now, what are these questions? Like quick examples of some of the questions, right? Today, one of the main questions that I need to ask, the one that I started with the presentation with, who is my enemy? Today, imagine if we are in a war and someone is firing at us. The first thing I need to understand, who is this guy? Who is this enemy? Who is this army? What are their tactic, techniques, and procedures? So I need a mechanism that helps me understand who is targeting my country, who is targeting my industry. So what you're seeing is a quick example of how I can simply filter by saying, I want to see all of the actors, all the threat actor groups, or the attackers that are targeting Pakistan. And not specifically Pakistan. I can say, I want to look into the government entity, the military sector, the healthcare, and so on and so forth. Once I understand that, for example, I see a lot of tigers, I see a lot of pandas, Chinese, Indians, cyber e-crime groups, this is where I can start even digging deeper. Like, what are their tactic, techniques, and procedures? What are their latest motivations? What vulnerabilities are they targeting? And after I highlight those vulnerabilities, I need to check if I'm actually vulnerable to these CVEs. And this is another example where I can help you identify the vulnerable hosts that are eventually linked to the adversaries that might potentially target your industry or target your infrastructure. And most importantly, am I capable of preventing those vulnerabilities? Do I have the infrastructure? Do I have the strategy? Do I have the capabilities to achieve this? Now, what is needed, right? This is the main question. Today, we discussed the problem, we discussed the challenges, but the main question here, how can I become proactive, right? And to really answer this question, I need to focus on the threat intelligence infrastructure. So when it comes to any cybersecurity solution in the world, it's extremely important for it to be built on threat intelligence, because threat intelligence is key, right? This is the main purpose of having this conference today with you amazing people. So today, threat intelligence is a key component of cybersecurity. I need to use this, I need to leverage this for me to become proactive, for my infrastructure to become proactive. Now, stopping adversaries at every stage, this is the main idea at the end of the day. We want to stop breaches. Definitely, I need to take into consideration threat intelligence. I need to take into consideration multiple things that I have in my environment. But the goal or the end goal is eventually to stop breaches. I need to protect my environment. And stopping breaches requires a platform and not a point product. So this is where we talk about CrowdStrike. Today, just a quick overview. CrowdStrike is basically everything that you're seeing on the screen today. It's not just one feature or one module. It's a full-fledged cybersecurity platform built and empowered by threat intelligence, focusing on endpoint security, identity protection, cloud security, exposure management, and many, many different capabilities. The idea here is to leverage the full correlation between all of these modules, link them with threat intelligence, and allowing you eventually to stop breaches. So I wanted to be short and straightforward. Thank you so much for having me today. It's always a pleasure to see you. This is the end of my slide or my presentation. I'll be sitting during the crowd, so if you need anything, please feel free to reach out. Thank you so much.
Actually, we are running short of time. That's why I had to come on the stage. Thank you, Mr. Christian. Coming up next, we have Mr. Hassan Imam, Group CTO from Secure Networks. He'll deliver his presentation on cybersecurity risk and exposure management. Please welcome him on stage.
Morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible to everyone. So the topic of my today's discussion is cybersecurity risk and exposure management. I think there's a noise. Okay. You उतार ले मेरे. So the topic of my today's discussion is cybersecurity risk and exposure management. Primarily, this topic is both broad and deeply critical when it comes to today's threat landscape. So I will try, it's not possible that I can cover this whole subject or entire subject in 10 minutes, but I will try to share the key insights and few practicalities revolving around cybersecurity risk and exposure management. And specifically, we will talk about that why we need to shift our mindset from reactive approach towards some kind of proactive management. A management approach that requires continuous asset discovery, continuous monitoring, continuous assessment, and continuous mitigation as well. So I'm Hassan Imam, Group CTO at Secure Networks Private Limited, and I'm very delighted and excited to share the key insights around this topic to my fellow tech leaders and the wonderful audience joining us today. So I will start my discussion about this topic a bit about expanding attack surface. So traditionally, we do have very confined data centers in which basically we have clear boundary between trusted and untrusted segments. We have clear boundary between internal segment and external segment. And that is pretty much easier to secure because you have confined parameter, you have confined data center. But nowadays, because of the digital transformation, the clear boundary has been diminished now. So we have organizations moving their workloads to cloud and adopting cloud first strategy. Many of the organizations are using, almost every single organization is using their applications in SaaS model. And this also added a new vector to the exposure. And then we have supply chain risk grown up. We have seen various examples in past few years where legitimate and trusted applications can be used as a pathway for the attackers. Furthermore, we have IT and OT convergence growing up, and this has added a very significant security gap or the visibility gap because the traditional IT security solutions are not effective when it comes to the security of OT systems. And expanding to this attack surface, we also have challenge of hybrid work environment where basically we have people working from home. We have people connecting from the remote offices to the corporate network. So our overall attack surface has been increased now because it is not more that we have a traditional and confined boundaries when it comes to the protecting the overall organizational security. And it's not only that attack surface has increased, but the threat activity has also been evolved. So traditionally, we have the attackers that are very noisy and opportunistic, and they use techniques like phishing campaigns, they use mass mailing techniques, and they hope that somebody clicks that link. But today's attackers are very sophisticated, and they understand the target environment. They perform proper reconnaissance. They use advanced evasion techniques to evade the EDR kind of technologies, and they are motivated. So moreover, apart from that, we also have the tools that are basically cyber criminals are getting very commercially, they're working as a business model. Like, for example, we have ransomware as a service in which basically cyber criminals sell the tools and technologies for ransomware attacks, right? We have supply chain attacks, as I discussed earlier, specifically the identity-based attacks. They are very much, you can say that, attractive because they can compromise various organizations at a moment. Similarly, we have another alarming challenge of clocking as a service, which uses multiple domains, which uses multiple IPs, use multiple redirections, and they behave differently when it comes to different type of source traffic. So for example, if scanner is sending the traffic, they might behave differently And if legitimate traffic is coming to that particular web page, they will be behaving differently. So identifying such type of attacks is very difficult. And just to summarize it, like attackers nowadays, they are basically established. They are having a business model. They have R&D teams. They have tools and technologies. They are leveraging AI. So because of this expanding attack surface and the threat activity evolution, you cannot rely on traditional security that is based on the reactive approach or that is based on the reactive model. So what is traditional security or reactive model? Like we have a security operation center. And what is basically the reactive defense or the reactive strategy? Reactive strategy is like we are trying to prevent the incidents, but we are not trying to prevent the exposure. So we have various tools. For example, we got an incident. We have a complete triaging process. We detect that, we triage it, we investigate it. And we have various tools and technologies like XDR, like EDR, like firewalls, like SIEM solutions. But all these solutions are, by nature, they are reactive because they will operate, like, for example, an XDR. XDR detects a suspicious connection because it gets the information, telemetry data from various layers, from endpoint, from server, from cloud, from network. But how XDR detects the suspicious connection? Because some suspicious activity happened. So the point which I want to highlight is basically that XDR is still a reactive technology, right? So we are basically detecting something, we are basically identifying something when something wrongs happen. So the problem with the reactive defense, although these technologies are very important, specifically for the overall organization security, but the problem with these technologies is that they are reactive in nature. And because of having all these uh, reactive security stack, our security engineers, our security architects, even our CISOs sometimes struggle to find out the answer of these questions. That what are my total assets? What is the actual risk I have in my organization? How I can lessen specifically the chances of the attack? How I can map the risk with my business impact? So because why these questions are unanswerable, or people are trying hard to answer these questions because they are still on the reactive approach and they are not using the proactive technology. When it comes to proactive approach or proactive security, there can be multiple frameworks, there can be multiple thoughts, there can be multiple ideas about proactive security, but they can be divided into 6 basic steps. The first thing is discover. You cannot protect that you cannot see. So visibility is the core component when it comes to the security. So in discover section, you have to identify, you have to discover your all assets, specifically whether they are internal assets, whether they are external public facing assets. Moreover, apart from just having the discovery of assets, you should have some kind of AI-based asset profiling, like where the asset resides, what impact that asset can have when it got compromised, what is the type of that asset. So in first step, basically you have to have the complete visibility of the assets across your organization. The second step can be the predict. Security is not only about fixing the vulnerabilities. Security is basically about mapping the assets, because in the discovery part you have the assets. Now basically you have to map the assets with the risks, with the attack paths, so that you can predict what wrong can happen. So you need to predict that what wrong can happen. The third thing is basically the prioritize. In prioritize section, basically you cannot apply security, same security across all levels. You need to prioritize it with some sort of contextual insight. Like, for example, just to give you an example, uh, that a prioritization that is apart from the CVSS score or the severity. Like, for example, a severity score of 7 on a CFO laptop can be highly critical, is more important than a severity level of 9 on a guest system, right? So we need to prioritize it. So the fourth step can be quantify. So quantify is basically that you map the risk with business impact, so that you have some kind of quantifiable parameter. In reactive defense approach, you don't have that quantifiable parameter that you can fine tune or that you can optimize to reduce your overall risk. So quantification, in quantification, you can quantify the risk with and map that risk with the business impact, that how impactful it is when it comes to my business operations. And then basically we have mitigate. The step number 5 can be mitigate, where basically you can share the automated response. You have incident playbooks, And based on the prioritization, based on the working that we have done in the 5 steps, you need to mitigate those risks as well. Last but not least, we have the The compliance is not only the checkbox, but it is one of the core components of risk management. So all of your security controls and security processes should be aligned with industry-leading frameworks. So this is a practical approach when it comes to the proactive security, that how vendors are doing this proactive security and how basically we can achieve this proactive security. So as discussed, the first step is basically the asset discovery, that you need to discuss, that you need to know that what are my total assets. So whether they are basically the end systems, whether they are identities, whether they are cloud assets, whether they are applications. So all these discovery, at first place, you should have the visibility of all these assets within your organizations. So once you have these assets, then basically you have to predict, you want to analyze that what are the possible threats against those assets. Like for example, in case of devices, it can be vulnerabilities, it can be misconfiguration, it can be any sort of, for identities, it can be like, for example, weak passwords, like MFA is configured or not, like similarly in cloud assets and applications, like what is my risky applications. So all these kind of possible issues should be highlighted and should be considered or comes under the predict model. Then basically we have to perform the complete assessment. An assessment section basically, like I discussed, that it can be the compliance, it can be the exposure, it can be the likelihood, it can be the criticality, and it can be the configuration issues as well. So based on all these informations, basically we will calculate the overall risk based on the asset. Like for example, which asset has how amount of risk. So we can calculate the risk based on these all these parameters. So this is basically one of the practical approach when it comes to the proactive security. Similarly, one proactive approach I would like to highlight from the DNS perspective. I believe Mr. Aslan Rahman from Infoblox has already discussed this. But just to tell you about the proactive security, that uh, instead of blocking the domains when they perform some kind of malicious action, you should have some kind of predictive intelligence, some kind of preemptive measures based on the DNS fingerprints, that you can identify that this particular domain is malicious way before it actually starts the attacking site. Because when it comes to the domain lifecycle, domain got registered, and then there's some kind of incubation period, and then basically it involves in some kind of phishing campaign, and then it weaponized for the malware delivery. But the reactive defense, when it comes to the reactive strategy and reactive defense, they start highlighting that particular domain, it is a malicious domain, when basically there is a first infection, right? So there should be a mechanism where basically you can categorize the domains and block such kind of domains based on the DNS fingerprints way before they actually perform some kind of malicious activity. So that's all from my side. I'm open to any questions, like if you have. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan Imam. Next in, we have a very senior resource joining us virtually. Are you connected? Are you connected? Unfortunately, he couldn't physically join due to visa issues. Mr. Fahad Bizari, AI capability and transformation lead from IntelliMan. He'll be delivering his presentation on bridging the AI empowerment gap in cybersecurity, and he's on stage.
Good morning, Islamabad. Assalamu alaikum. Can I just begin by asking you to confirm that you can all hear me? I don't hear anything from your side, so I don't know.
We can hear you.
Fantastic, wonderful. Okay, good morning, Assalamu alaikum. It is a pleasure to be with you all today. I'm having struggles sharing my slides, but to be honest with you, I don't think we need the slides. I can take you through it myself. So throughout the world at the moment, there is a big challenge in what we call the AI capability gap, the AI empowerment gap, where a gap has opened up in between what AI makes possible and what we have been able to achieve through AI. And without fail, across all industries, this gap has been widening faster than our ability to close that gap. And in every industry that we speak to, we see the same struggles again and again and again. We see that people are concerned about AI. We see that people feel that there is a threat by AI in terms of the threat on human beings and our role in the world. We see that there is bureaucracy in companies that is slowing down the uptake of AI. We see that companies have competing priorities. And because of those competing priorities, the ability for them to close this AI capability gap is very slow. I'd like to give you a couple of examples. We were approached by a ginormous company, a European conglomerate, back in mid-2023. Their head of digital transformation attended one of our workshops, and she was completely blown away. She said that 4 hours with you gave me more value than 4 weeks in my AI course in Stanford. And she was very excited. She wanted to push forward. She requested a proposal. We gave it to her by July. It took another 13 months before they issued the purchase order on the back of that proposal. By the time they issued that purchase order, it took another 6 months to implement. So whilst companies like yours around the world are moving slow to close the AI capability gap, there is one industry that has moved extremely quickly. They've moved so quickly that in our estimation, they are the leading industry when it comes to keeping the gap closed. I feel like my presenter slides are being shown on the screen and not my main slides. Can somebody confirm that for me?
You're
Yeah,
also
that
on the
looks like
slide.
my
And you're on the screen
that's my
and also
presenter
your slides.
slide.
No,
Okay, one second, everybody. You have to forgive me, we're all humans. I'm trying to share, but it's easier said than done. All right, I'm gonna go without the slides because it's better that way then. So the one
you were on the
industry
screen and your slides also.
Perfect. So the one industry that has kept it closed from day one is cybercrime. The cybercrime industry, without fail, have been keeping their gap absolutely closed. If you think about it, they're the early adopters, they are the fast executors, they have a culture of AI, they have a willingness to experiment, they're incentivized, they don't have any bureaucracy, they're adaptable. So what we have since the AI spring of 2022, 2023, cyber criminals have gone flying up in their work, whilst everybody else has been moving at a linear pace. The cyber criminals have been going up at exponential pace, whilst everybody else has been going on at a linear pace, and that includes the defenders. Cybersecurity professionals now are saying that there's been an 85%, they're linking 85% of the rise in attacks to generative AI. Generative AI is making it easier for cybercriminals to do their work, making it faster for them to do their work, making it more sophisticated to do their work. But in addition to that, as we start to approach agentic AI, what we'll find is that all of these cyber criminals will be multiplied exponentially. And this is why 50%, over 50% of security professionals are saying that that generative AI is their biggest threat. Now, when we talk about keeping up, the ability to keep up with them, if we look in every industry, and now we're looking specifically in the cybersecurity industry, 86% of teams say they are not ready for these AI threats. 74% of teams are saying that they don't even understand the AI that is being used within their tools. 67% are saying that they have an AI skills shortage. And it makes sense because 66% have not even received any form of AI threat training. So on the one hand, what we have is that the cyber criminals are being upskilled exponentially, but the cyber defenders are not. This is, from all of our experience in the industry over the last few years, this is absolutely the weakest link. The fact that our defenders are not being continuously upskilled in a way that allows them to be as at the front of this industry as the cyber criminals are. And so the first point which I want you to walk away from today is a conclusion that training your cybersecurity professionals is possibly your highest priority. But that's one of three priorities. The second priority is training the rest of your workforce. Now, AI fluency is very vast. The ability to use AI to be productive and efficient and effective, it's very vast. However, there is a minimum level that every single person who has access to the internet or to ChatGPT or to any AI tool, there's an absolute minimum requirement of all of your employees. And that's what we call responsible AI. Let me give you some stats to help put this into context. 57% of the workforce are currently entering sensitive data into public AI tools. 63% are not even checking AI tool security beforehand. As a result, 78% are using unapproved AI tools. And 52% of companies have no internal controls whatsoever. Just recently, I was on a flight from Dubai to Bali to speak at a conference, and I had next to me a consultant from McKinsey. This consultant, I asked him, tell me more about what's happening in the AI space in McKinsey. And he said to me, everything you read in the news, it's all, it's all bakwas, as you guys say. It's all rubbish. He goes, I lead a team in McKinsey. We've been told to only use McKinsey AI. And I can tell you that I tell my team not to waste their time using McKinsey AI and instead to use ChatGPT. I was recently speaking to a business leader, and she said to me, you know, how can we use AI in the business and so on? And I said, well, look, before we talk about how you can use AI in the business, the first thing that we need to talk about is, are your people using it responsibly? And I said to her, you know, they could be putting in their clients' data, etc. So we need to make sure that your team are using it responsibly. And I saw the look in her face, and the look in her face basically said that she herself was not using it responsibly. I know the regional managing director here of a ginormous company that all of you will know. It's an American company. And I was having dinner with him, and he attended one of our workshops, I think 2 years ago. And he then left the workshop saying, unfortunately, we can't implement it in our region until America gives the headquarters, so our hands are tied. I had dinner with him a few months ago, and I said to him, are you guys still having your hands tied by America, by your headquarters in America? And he said, yes. I said, are you telling me that you have not been using AI since you attended our training program 2 years ago? He said, oh no, I am using it. I said, what about your team? He goes, oh no, the team is using it as well. But we're all using it under the table. So I want you to think about that from 2 points of view, because I know that many of the people in the audience today are leaders outside of cybersecurity as well. Not only are the people who are using it under the table creating more threats for your cybersecurity teams and effectively doubling their work where they need to be focused on protecting themselves from the outside, they're having to fight and spend all of their time defending from the inside. And the second thing I want you to think about is that how can your organizations grow as AI organizations if none of the learning that takes place under the table is allowed to come out on top? So that brings me to the second point. The first point was the importance in investing in upskilling your cybersecurity professionals so that they can match the upskilling of the cyber criminals. The second point is the importance of equipping the rest of your organizations with responsible AI. Responsible AI is not about policies. Policies are important, no doubt. But when you have the managing director of the regional managing director of an American conglomerate not caring about policies, when you have McKinsey consultants not caring about policies, when you have business owners not caring about policies, you have to realize policies alone is not enough. People need to be taught in the context of their own roles what responsible AI means. And then the third point is that it all starts with leaders. I was in a meeting yesterday with, again, the regional managing director of a French conglomerate, as well as their AI committee. And I could see how much attention this managing director was paying to the meeting and the intelligent questions that he was asking. He is not a techie, but he has realized that the future of his business lies in AI and that he has to pay full attention. We have recently did a workshop that included the senior director of of a conglomerate from Holland. And when we asked for volunteers, the senior director was the one that put their hand up and said, I'd like to volunteer. So what we're seeing is that the leaders need to be the ones that come forward. AI transformation, AI upskilling is not something to delegate. It's something to champion. It's something to hold people accountable for. It's something to model. And so the third point that I want you to walk away with today is that it all starts with leaders. Now, around the world, from last year to this year, the annual increase in cybersecurity spending has gone up by 12.2%. And it's anticipated that by 2028 is going to increase by another 13% per year. So I want all of you to think about your own cybersecurity budgets. And I want you to think about the budgets that you are putting into upskilling your cybersecurity professionals. And I want you to ask yourselves the question, have you also increased by 12.2% or less, or maybe more? And I'd like to leave you with this closing point, which is that raising AI fluency is the absolute priority. It's the priority for your cyber teams. It's the priority for your workers. It's the priority for your leaders. Now, with you today is our Managing Director, Ridwan Munir, and I encourage you very much to keep this conversation going. Today, we only have 15 minutes and you have many other speakers. So we encourage you to keep this conversation going with us at IntelliMan to see what we can do and how we can help you to keep you and your people keeping that AI capability gap closed. I wish I could have been with you today, and I look forward possibly next year to joining you in Islamabad. And thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Fahd, for your valuable thoughts. Everybody has heard you loud and clear. Now time for giving away mementos. I'll be requesting Madam Aisha Manzoor Wattu, Director General PEMRA, along with Dr. Haider Abbas, DG NCERT, and also Mr. Faisal Rahim, CEO, Total Communications, to come on stage and present mementos to the sponsors. Exclusive sponsor, Secure Networks, Mr. Asad Effendi. Anyone from Secure Networks? Okay, lead banking partner, Bank Al Falah, Mr. Zishan Siddiqui and Mr. Imran. Gold sponsor, Thales, Mr. Tariq Usman. Mr. Tariq Usman. Next is Recorded Future, Mr. Mot Al Ibrahim. Recorded Future, Mr. Mot Al Ibrahim. नहीं है नहीं है Mr. Shoaib Faruqi or anybody else from Recorded Future? Okay. Kaspersky, Mr. Dmitry Brezin. PTCL Business Solutions, Mr. Faisal Niaz. Mr. Faisal Niaz from PTCL Business Solutions. Next is CrowdStrike, Mr. Christian Jalch. Mr. Christian Jalch from CrowdStrike. From Comtel, Mr. Asher Faisal Khan. Mr. Asher Faisal Khan from Comtel. Next is Group B, Group IB, Mr. Mohsen Zubair. Mr. Mohsen Zubair. Group IB. Mr. Igor could not join us because of some visa issue. So nobody from Group IB? Strike ready, Mr. Adil Salahuddin. Re-security, Mr. Ahmed Alabi. Anybody else? Anybody from re-security? Okay. Force point, Mr. Naveed Anjum. Mr. Naveed Anjum from Force Point. National Bank, Mr. Harun Zamir. Mr. Harun Zamir Khan, Chief Risk Officer, National Bank of Pakistan. Palo Alto, Mr. Hassan Mahmood. Mr. Hassan Mahmood from Palo Alto. Mr. Hamad bin Nasir, GBM. Mr. Hamad bin Nasir, GBM. Okay. Then we have silver sponsor, Convex Technologies. Anyone from there? From Convex Technologies. One link, Mr. Kaisar Akil. Mr. Kaisar Akil. Super Secure. No, he's coming. Mr. Suhail Haider. Super Secure, Mr. Suhail Haider. Exclusive sponsor, Mr. Mohsin from Secure Networks. Mr. Mohsin from Secure Networks. Exclusive sponsor. Thank you very much, Madam Aisha Manzoor Wattu, to join us on the stage with Ms. Dr. Haider Abbas. And I would now request all of you to join us for tea. And we join back here in 15 minutes. So, inshallah, we see each other in next 15 minutes, around 10 past 11. Thank you.
This is Watson X, a platform designed to multiply output by tailoring AI to your needs. When you Watson X your business, you can train, tune, and deploy AI all with your trusted data. Let's create the right AI for your business with Watson X. IBM, let's create.
They can hear me. Gentlemen, please settle down so that we can start with the session post tea break.
Yes. Yeah.
To start the proceeding, let's welcome on stage Mr. Mot Al Ibrahim, Senior Sales Engineer Meta from Recorded Future, who will be delivering his presentation on leveraging AI-driven threat intelligence. Mr. Mot Al Ibrahim.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. My name is Muad Al Ibrahim. I am Senior Sales Engineer with the Recorded Future. No. Hello? Working? Working? Assalamu alaikum جميعا. My name is Muad Ibrahim, Senior Sales Engineer with the Recorded Future. Today, we will be looking at the rapidly evolving threat actors, how we are utilizing AI
in their malicious operation. To understand one thing about how threat actors are using AI and agreeing on it in the beginning, that the main objective and goal of a threat actor is not to innovate in AI. It is how to utilize AI in stealing monies and impacting organizations. Where generative AI is utilized by threat actors is currently enhanced, but not yet replacing the human factor in their attacks. Where currently the technologies of fully automated attacks end-to-end is not yet existing. So human factor is still needed as a part of any attacks campaign or planning activities to be conducted. Whereas general, more skilled threat actors are better in utilizing AI technologies to boost their capabilities and multiply their forces. On the other hand, the artificial intelligence concept that has been utilized by threat actor recently is still being seen hidden. Why? Because more skilled threat actors are more skilled even in hiding how they are using AI technologies in their cyber attacks. Where to have a bigger pictures on what has been seen currently in the world, Iranian national state threat actor who has been known recently for their convincing social media, social engineering campaign focusing on emails has been seen by the researchers from Checkpoint, massive significant enhancement and in boosting their capabilities to send convincing and enhanced email campaign and phishing campaign linked to them, targeting audience. We're hypothesizing the mechanism of using AI text generation and translation in order to send human look-like email to audience, to recipient, which make it more difficult for defender to protect them and differentiate between genuine one and phishing campaign targeting these organizations. On the other hand, Chinese state threat actors are known for their improved attack campaign and tactics that they have been using. We've been seeing that recently they have been utilizing Gemini in analyzing the source code of some of the impact technologies known for network analysis, where they are relying on this one to understand the caveat and maintain their attacks and persistence within their targets. So this is just an overview about how new ABTs or sponsored threat actors are being utilizing AI massively in their attacks campaign targeting victims and national state. On the other hand, the AI itself is not used on general. It's used on a specific phase of the cyber kill chain campaign, where you can see that recently Recorded Future has discovered an AI tutorial how to use AI chatbot for identifying card fraud website, where we can see how such mechanism will allow threat actors to save times and save resources as a part of their campaign. Another mechanism has been identified recently, how threat actors are utilizing Cloudy to assist them in parsing combo list of stolen username and password, identify which username and password is relevant to IoT cameras, security cameras, and utilizing it in validating this one. So it saves them a lot of time and resources rather than massively validating them one by one. They will be relying on AI technologies to do that part on their behalf. Another discovery has been recently identified is how malware utilizing LLM to evade and evade the security control within the environment and maintain the persistence within it. In a nutshell, and to all we agree that the AI technologies is not used in to conduct the complex activities. It will be focusing on one part of the cyber kill chain as the example we meant earlier. So the human factor is still needed as a part of it. In addition, that AI technologies has been recently utilized in even generating malware as a service, which we all heard about it. But till now is not yet efficient, which show us the limitation in utilizing AI in code generation currently. But till now, we are not yet to the fully complex automating AI generating tools that can evade technologies. On the other hand, Recorded Future has been using AI since more than 12 years back and have been using it in crawling data from the largest threat intelligence provider in the world, where we have been crawling data from more than 1 million sources. Muad, what are that 1 million source? When we are talking 1 million source, we are talking about open web, dark web, underground forum, social media, Telegram, GitHub, base site, network telemetry, sandbox capabilities, malware intelligence. All these sources has been collected in real time through our supercomputer and AR technologies that would be able to understand 23 different languages. And here we are looking into the positive side, how AI would helping organizations to defend themselves from moderate attacks, where Recorded Future would be able to notify you in real time about any event, breaches, campaign, credential leak relevant to your organization within seconds. Once it mentioned the source, it will be analyzed through our AI, which is called NLP, Natural Language Processing Mechanism, and delivered to you instantly through multiple delivery mechanisms. To understand how much the threat currently being seen, during the last 6 weeks, anybody have any idea about estimated number of credential leak only from Pakistan? It's around 2 million credential leak from victim machine. We are not talking about dark web. We are talking about 2 million. 6 weeks. 6 weeks period. 1 year, it's almost 12 million. So this to show us the amount of, and this source, not from dark web or combolist. We are talking about victimized machine that were infected from source of info stealer malware and extracted all the stolen username and password from it. And these are type of information where threat intelligence utilizing AI to proactively notify you. Whereas, you know, once the credential has been stolen, it will be start posting on the dark web or any other, or la samhallah utilize in some bad behavior. So when you know about it in early stages, once it happened and you identify the source of it, imagine the amount of proactive detection and risk limitation that you are going to enforce utilizing threat intelligence in only one piece, which is credential leak. In addition, that all these data are delivered, the intelligence from 1 million source are delivered to our client through multiple delivery mechanism. Because we understand, we all hear from different sector and different organizations with different maturity level. So we have a special requirement from threat intelligence. And the vague understanding about threat intelligence, it's only about feeds or one small corner of threat intelligence is a bit confusing and not properly positioned, where threat intelligence can be used even on the board level in order to decide which countries I am going to open branches on it based on the threat intelligence on that physical location. Does it have weather condition? Does it been attracted or have any political situation constantly being seen in this location? Even threat intelligence can be used by architecture to define which technology to be adopted that has been seen recently victimized or targeted by multiple exploit and vulnerabilities targeting them. So this is why Recorded Future deliver it in different delivery mechanisms through different modules, along with it to automate the intelligence. Because as long as we detect it early, it's important for you to automate it and be receiving it at real time. So the integration with your internal security system to connect the dots between what you have seen externally and what happened internally is also another big factor to boost your security controls and enhancing your resiliency against modern cyber attack. Recorded Future, in addition to utilizing AI in crawling data, it's also utilizing its big database of data set, our 15 years of experience in delivering reporting and threat intelligence, and deliver the Recorded Future intelligence in AI mechanism through AI chatbot, where recently we are being seen utilizing basic AI chatbot. Imagine similar to ChatGPT that you are all familiar with it. open a chatbot, start asking our portal and recorded future recent cyber attack targeting Pakistan during the last 6 months. Asking our portal trending vulnerabilities relevant to product X, relevant to product Y. So this is another easier way that grant our test client a mechanism to consume intelligence in human natural language. And the beauty from our side is the answer are evidence driven, because one of the challenges we have been seeing, we asking question, getting answer, but the links to it is something difficult to support our response. So here you can see the response provided as a part of our AI delivery is even supported by links to evidences from where these answers are coming from. And our AI is not only giving you a chatbot to answer it, even it will be able to provide you summary report. Imagine that usually one of the challenges, I need to submit a report to my management about threat landscape, to my organization, to my region. So we are utilizing AI and even supporting our client in providing AI generated reporting, threat landscape, ransomware report, different type of reporting to make their life easy and save time and resource from their side. Where tomorrow, the evolving world of AI, we are hearing a lot of has been researches done on predict genetic AI, where this type of AI is going to let's say reduce the resources needed by our SOC team, and be able to have SOC generated AI to analyze incident not based on predefined data, but based on our AI agent understand the environmental around us and start doing the analysis equivalent to human. Sure, it will do a very complex part, reducing the human, but the human factor is still crucial as a part of the AI journey. Another thing, our owner or founder of Recorded Future has been seen imagination that in the future, in the near future, you will see threat intelligence coming to the agent, similar to Siri, sitting on the corner of your SOC team, and you start interacting with this agent or with a tool or product in the corner of your SOC, let's say, meeting room or hall, and start interacting voice communication with it. So that will give us imagination where is the world are using AI from bad perspective and from good perspective. The key takeaways here is mainly to AI is acting as a force multiplier, but for both, for bad people and for attackers and for defenders. In addition, the introduction of AI system will increasingly become future target for exploit. If you remember the old days when people have debate about going into cloud, how to adapt cloud technologies and moving my data outside my on-prem solution. But recently it became more adaptive. With similar to any changes, as a human being, the more innovative and more new technologies being discovered, it's more be targeted by different type of attacks that we don't know aware about yet. In addition, we need to continue enhance our employee training to our employee to understand what is the recent trend and attacks have been seen along the world in relevant to the AI and educate them about it. Finally, also we need to ensure that update our process, GRC part, how to handle this type of AI technology, because it is not, it is when it come, it will come. So we need to ensure that we are ready, prepared for the next era of utilizing AI technologies. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Moth, for traveling specially for this event. Next, we have Mr. Ahmed Halabi, Managing Director from Resecurity, whose topic of presentation will be Advanced Dark Web Intelligence and Threat Hunting. Mr. Ahmed Halabi.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's working. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you for joining me here. Appreciate your time. So I will be talking about advanced dark web, zero-day intelligence, threat actors, threat hunting, and more. Just for the people who doesn't know me, my name is Ahmad. I'm the managing director of Resecurity. I'm also been a hacker. I was recognized as top hacker by the U.S. Department of Defense back in 2019, and I have a lot of zero-day CVs under my name and so on. So we will be talking about intelligence for the cyber part. And we will be skipping too much slides just for the time's sake. But it's important to understand that, you know, despite all the products, all the services you implement for the cybersecurity, there are still compromises, there are still infections, and there are still problems. So we came up as an Overwatch program layer to allow you monitor everything above your network and understand whether you are being targeted, whether you have a material breach, whether you have an infection, compromise, leak about you, which you don't know. So I'm just looping back to see some type of threats we face every day. Now, the problem is, from criminal perspective, they don't wait and ask your permission to target you. They already proceed and go ahead. So just a little bit about threat intelligence. This is, of course, thing we do. So it's actually understanding and collecting and analyzing intelligence information across all the sources of the internet, including deep, dark web, social media, and so on, and try to utilize all the intelligence gathering approaches from cyber intelligence, human intelligence, signal intelligence, and more. And it's just good to explain a little bit the web layers or the internet layers from the surface web to the deep web to the dark web. Everything you connect to through authentication is considered deep web. Your emails, your passwords, your transactions, and so on. While dark web is a small portion of the internet where criminal activities happen in the underground marketplaces, channels, and so on. So how we measure things? By trying to understand whether you are being targeted and whether you have a material breach. So we will start talking about hunting zero days vulnerabilities in both active and passive. In order to beat hackers, you need to learn their techniques and hack them as well. So we've hacked hackers before, and we identified active zero days working before they got sold or brokered or used as well. We're very well known in the ongoing hunting, active research and development, and so on. And we have CVEs under our names and so on. And I'm just listing quickly what actually hackers can compromise based on existing projects we did work on. So starting from gas station pump controls to the submarine mission control dashboard, to the industrial automation, to the power grids, to the HVAC controllers, medical equipments and X-ray machines, to the refrigeration units. Imagine you can control temperatures, you know, cause death problems and so on, to the power pack systems, electric chargers, and more to, to compromise the full infrastructure of the whole network and companies. So this is active engagement, active discovery. Now we will talk about passive discovery, utilizing our context product, which is a threat hunting, a workbench platform that allows you to monitor the whole internet. So now, as example, we put any company name. In this case, we put Palo Alto, and we told the platform, hey, we're looking for a zero day on the dark web, and in order to understand who's selling, buying, brokering, and so on. And we discovered some records. Now we will look deeper into one of these records, and we will realize that 3 months back, there was a dark web post of someone selling a zero day related to 3 products and selling it for 1 Bitcoin. So passively and enumerating 0 days, and understanding who's buying, selling, brokering. Through our AI, we're able to write fully ready report that allows us to understand the history behind it, the description, the steps, the remediation, and so on. Now, the key is not about this. The key is to be able to profile and monitor the threat actor who's selling this, because we want to understand, is this guy credible? Is this guy professional? Or he's just advocating to get money out of it? And from our analysis quickly here, we understand that he's pivoting to the dark web through botnets and multiple zombie machines with malicious IP addresses. So probably this is a qualified one. And through other attribution, we identify a couple of emails, do profiling, and so on to try to catch some identities. So monitoring 0 days, brokering, selling, buying, and so on. Cool. Now we discuss another scenarios of hunting threat actors, disrupting criminal operations in dark web or any dark zone area. And by the way, dark web is not cyber, that's it. Sometimes dark web is a physical ground where you have a confidential, sensitive information trying to buy or sell and so on. It can also be considered dark web. And in order to understand the layers, you see that threat intelligence feeds are not actually intelligence because they're already reporting to you things already happened after incidents. The main core is to identify any precursive of breach or incident or event before it technically happens. That's what we call interacting with human, through human intelligence, interacting with criminal operators. So P2P means peer-to-peer or personal-to-personal touch with the criminal environment and the criminal operators behind them that allows you to actively engage and acquire data that is qualified, that is not used yet, even it's not sold yet on dark web. Then comes the dark web layer, which allow companies, vendors to monitor and report. So also vetted forms in between, which you're not able to register as whenever you want. You need to be credible hacker. You need to be approved by some criminal communities and so on. So our role is to do this part on behalf of the government, law enforcement, and so on, to assure and ensure them having eyes and ears everywhere on the dark zone areas. That's how we collect intelligence. 3 core pillars, from cyber part to the offensive part to the ground operational part. Again, intelligence is not just cyber, and threat intel is not only cyber. So you need to also consider the ground physical and so on. So part of things is offensive operation to develop chain of assets and ongoing upstream access, which we will talk about a bit later. So we profile over 40 million threat actors, and that's the key in order to predict attacks, because if you understand the hackers' motivations, techniques, trades, crafts, and so on, we're able to understand their next moves. So that's kind of things we can pull out by monitoring threat actors actively from their usernames, aliases, profiles, contacts, historical messages, known IOCs, TTPs, and the most important thing, their geolocation as well. This is one of the examples of hunting down a ransomware group. So if you Google BlackLock ransomware, you can learn more about it. This is a ransomware group targeted Latin America where we shut it down completely. So we hacked their infrastructure on the dark web, and we identified, and we also accessed their cloud where they store the victims' data, and we reported the victims' data back for free to everyone without the need to have a decryption key. So technically hacking hackers. This is the vulnerabilities we identified, how we access their servers, and so on. That's the cloud where we accessed with the victims, and that's the IP addresses of the original criminals, which we were able to index after that and share it with law enforcement to take some legal actions. Cool. Now we discuss dark web. Also, this is another country, but we discuss dark web monitoring. We can monitor per country, we can monitor per sector, we can monitor per organization, we can monitor per individuals as well. Illegal trafficking of, in this case, vehicle. So explosions, how they happen, how they plan the explodes, and so on. Probably dark web brokering as well. We can monitor illegal trafficking of vehicles, equipments, cars, human, weapons and more and more and more. And here we identify the Bitcoin address and the email address of the criminal. Now we go to the upstream access, which we call the botnet intelligence. Race security monitors millions of compromised computers globally because we're connected directly to the command and control. We don't wait the data to be sold on dark web. We don't wait hackers to leak the data. We can try to be ahead as well. So here we're just showing over 260,000 infected computer inside this country. And the information can be something like, credentials, emails, passwords, exact date of selling, buying, and so on. So you will notice that hackers as well, not just leak credentials. Credentials is just small portion of the dark web leakage and so on. They can leak images, files, keyloggers, and which will turn to sensitive issue. Now we see that there is a computer that is compromised and we got a screenshot by the criminal and we can see some files and so on. Another example of logging into some SCADA system. So it's all connected as well. Now, what we can identify is cyber forensic report of everything infected or compromised, because in the end, you don't just want to report a leak, but you want to understand the root cause of the issue so you can address it accordingly. Fixing password is not like fixing the whole infected network, for example. So example of what hackers can pull out, keyloggers, for example, and files. Well, from the screenshot here, we notice that this infected computer also store files. So now the dark web monitoring comes to the play, which allows us to monitor potential leaked documents, files, and signatures that hackers will be selling. Another aspect is protecting national security. This is one of the also aspect that I said, that we don't need to wait for hackers to sell 0 days. We can go find 0 days and fix it before hackers find it. This is one of the examples of an SQL injection we identified as well, and then identified hackers trying to sell it. So we fixed it immediately with the law enforcement before hackers actually steal it. So imagine weaponizing AI by telling the platform to do everything we discussed and then give you the results. So here I tell him, hey, just extract any PII related data about this person that I mentioned. And he just extracted all his emails, credit card number, and additional credentials of some servers, logins, SSH, FTP, and so on. Why? Because he was actually compromised and we didn't need to bother ourselves with time searching for all this information. So through one command to our AI, the machine pulled it all out. So summarizing everything about resecurity, everything related to cyber intelligence, from data mining to data acquisition to counterterrorism to financial monitoring, money laundering tracking, and more and more. So our portfolio is summarized just in this slide. Everything from threat intel to brand monitoring to fraud prevention to active engagement, threat hunting, forensics, incident response, and zero-day discovery, red teaming, vulnerability intelligence, and so on. Just for you to know, as a generic, we have over 5 billion threat artifacts. We're very well at dark web monitoring with over 9 million adversaries and 3 million enters to the dark web. Dark web is one source, but you have way subsources inside it, including over 300 million enters. And that's how we categorize data, from data mining to sources distribution and so on. Another thing is monitoring your digital risk and understanding not just your parameter. The problem is you're not getting compromised sometimes from your own asset. You're getting compromised because of a third party, supply chain, contractor, customer, and so on. So it's important to watch and monitor anything surrounding your brand, interacting with your environment, to ensure that you're not gonna be targeted or attacked because of a simple mistake by your surrounding. So something like this comprehensive level view, as a brand, you're monitoring your supply chain, your third party, the whole brand, your cloud, your corporation, your executives, your subsidiaries, and so on. So just as a summary, these are the use cases we can deal with. And oh yeah, this is probably the last slide. So this and the last thing is we can integrate with everything. In the end, it's all about data and how you can diverse and format and direct the data in different shapes, different ways, and different products is key. And we are a data company in the end. Our role is to collect all the data possible and ensure that we normalize this data to identify any potential threat related to you. So you can integrate us with SIM tips or any other product from EDR to vulnerability management to application security product, any network security products, and so on and so on. No limitation and no restrictions related to the integration as well. Thank you so much for watching me. And we have a booth there for any question. Feel free to ask. Thank you.
We are talking about artificial intelligence, and we forget artificial intelligence was created by natural intelligence, which we normally don't use. Next, we have a very important panel discussion on AI-driven cyber. Let's welcome on stage the moderator of the discussion, Mr. Mohammed Ahmad, ASO Faisal Bank, inviting panelists.
Assalamu alaikum ji. Thank you very much. We've been talking a lot about AI since morning, and I just remember one quote which says that AI is no match against human stupidity. So more so, if we really care about things that we do online using different tools, we can safeguard our interests and our organizations to the best of our abilities. In terms of such learned colleagues and different people from different organizations, they are coming here telling all about how AI can be used or misused or prevented the misuse. So learned a lot so far, and privileged to host this panel discussion in light of the so delaying any further, I would like to introduce the panel members on the stage. Dr. Haider Abbas, he is the Director General for PK a PhD by education, and also a tenured professor in many organizations, many universities. We are privileged to be in his presence today, and we would be asking questions about different aspects of AI, generative AI, and what impact on the overall industry it has. Next is Mr. Mohsin from Group IB. Is he available? Igor was supposed to come here, but because of the visa problems, he wasn't here. So Mr. Mohsin volunteered to be in his presence. We'll figure out where he is, and he'll be joining us soon. Mr. Shahrukh from PDCL, Mohammed Shahrukh Saab. He is the Group Director for Cloud and Digital Platforms in PDCL. And of course, when we talk about cloud, AI is part and parcel of all the activities that are happening. The next is Mr. Zishan Siddiqui. He is the CISO of Bank Al Falah, a learned colleague from the banking industry, and of course, a very vivid speaker on the areas of cybersecurity and of course, artificial intelligence. Last but not least, Jawad Khalid Mirza, a very famous personality in the cybersecurity domain within Islamabad, within Pakistan, and abroad as well. And again, a very vivid speaker. Thank you very much. Dr. Sab, would it be okay if I keep standing? Thanks very much. Take permission. So So I think we've learned a lot about AI and different aspects of generative AI. And since all the participants have different backgrounds, so I would like to keep the focus of this discussion on just two aspects of generative AI. Through generative AI, can we do detection of any abnormal activities? And what is the preventive methods? And using the practical experiences of all the learner colleagues here in the panel, they will actually be asked how they encounter these threats and how they mitigate all the threats that are appearing in their respective organizations. So, Dr. Saab, first and foremost, what are the key challenges in identifying these attacks that are generated through AI? I mean, technically speaking, there are not much difference left anymore where we can classify that this is a generated attack or this is a human-based attack. So, in your area of expertise where you had PKCert, how do you differentiate these attacks and how do you detect them?
Well, thank you so very much. Uh, I think we need to understand this to counter AI. We use AI. So we have seen that the attack pattern has become so sophisticated. The attackers are using a kind of billion trillions of mechanisms to how to evade the security systems. As one of my colleague was also mentioning in his talk that the growth of the attackers, or you can say the evaders, are so exponential that it is not even comparable with the people who are actually defending your organizations. So there are many challenges for that. The attack pattern has become so sophisticated that, I mean, there are, for example, adversarial AIs. There are kind of AI being used as weaponizations. Reconnaissance could be done through AI when the people has to actually spend so much of time when they have to do some kind of social engineering or the spear phishing attack on some of the organization or some of the top employees of that organizations. Now the AI can generate these kind of reconnaissance do for you already available, and you just have to manipulate for that. So to distinguish between the AI generated attack and kind of human based attack or kind of synthetic attack, it has become a challenge for the organization that like the PKCert and these kind of organizations. So at the national level, we would say that there are many organizations in Pakistan that have already deployed the security operation center, but now they have the traditional security operation centers not having the AI capability or the detection mechanism or the use of AI and the patterns to detect the AI, their models are not actually being trained on the detection of the traffic that has been attack traffic that has been generated through the AI mechanisms. So these traditional kind of security operations center are the kind of challenge. Then the skilled HR to complement that specific security operations, the SIEM solutions, the EDR, the NDR, XDR, if some of the functionality that is not being done or being detected by these kind of traditional mechanisms, we do not, or probably the many of the organizations do not have the capability to do some kind of add-on to that specific mechanism in the EDR, and that some of the module or some of the parser writing and these kind of things, so they can actually perform these kind of tasks. So the human aspect, or you could say this, what we are doing at the national CERT level, we are actually trying to deploy a kind of 3-tier architecture where the federated learning mechanism, the federated kind of, you can say, threat intelligence kind of mechanisms, and these we are encouraging organization by giving them, recommending some kind of solutions that are available in the market, having the AI capability in detection mechanisms, and to do some kind of response and source solution, sort type of kind of capability also with that. And then at the sector level, where you could say the state bank, for example, all the banking sector, the NEPRA, all the power sector, at more responsibility is being put on the sector level, that they have to deploy the threat intelligence mechanism, having the latest capability of AI detection and these kind of mechanisms, and to distinguish between these attacks and generate some kind of knowledge base that can help that specific sector, as well as the national CERT in doing some kind of some kind of correlation of the threat intelligence and threat mechanisms that is being done at the national level. Soon, probably within 6 to 8 months, probably, or in a year, inshallah, we will have this kind of comprehensive ecosystems. I mean, the challenge will still remain. I'm not saying that this is a silver bullet that will resolve all our problems. And we have also now we have been joined one of a very wonderful director as a technology development center at the National CERT. And we are also going to develop our own AI-driven kind of solutions that would actually help our government and private organizations. Even some of the private organizations would like to join hand with National CERT. We will be happy to do this, to actually develop these kind of mechanisms that will be state of the art and that can help the government and private organization. So this is how, this is an it's an ongoing process. It's an ongoing war. It's an ongoing challenge and it has to prevail, and we have to be at the front to actually deal with these kind of.
I think, Dr. Saab, do agree with you because it's not sort of a project, it's a journey. And that journey, for the time being, I don't see a finish line of this journey or this race. So there's always a catch up. And you mentioned about socks. In my personal experience, I have witnessed this that socks typically use a lot of products. And when they look at the products, and they always tell us or tell back to people, this is powered by AI. And I said, what do you exactly call AI? Because any machine learning or any use case driven product is not necessarily AI. So we have to be very cautious in stating all of this. Thank you very much, sir, for this. Mohsin is here. Thank you very much, Mohsin, for joining us. From a service and product marketing perspective, what do you think that how AI is changing the scale and sophistication of the social engineering attacks? Would you shed some light on that part, please, from a product and marketing perspective?
Good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the question. In my opinion, from social engineering or fraudulent campaigns perspective, if we look at the adversaries' point of view and their objectives, they would like to widen their reach to victims and also to the geographical coverage. The usage of AI bots, proxies, automation frameworks, it let them achieve this objective holistically. So those attacks which used to be limited to a very small pool of victims and to a very small geographical location, this coverage has been expanded dramatically with the usage of these tools. Additionally, if we again look to an additional objective from adversary standpoint, is the localized flavor of a specific social engineering or fraudulent campaign. What I mean by localized flavor is to craft something which looks more convincing for the victims, to make it look more legitimate, to lure more victims. For adversaries these days, what I have observed, it is not required for them to learn a specific culture or maybe Urdu language or any native language for that matter. There are multilingual phishing kits that are crafted to control a specific targeted phishing campaign. There are multilingual automation frameworks which let them amplify these campaigns at a large scale. From Group IB's perspective, we have recently observed the usage and distribution of tools like Worm GPT or Fraud GPT. The reach is so easy on different underground markets, and the scale is very wide for those. And the cost for spinning up any targeted campaign has been dramatically reduced. And the ROI for the scammers at the same time is huge. And the speed of ROI for them to capitalize on it, they're using, for example, validation of stolen credit card data with automated tools. And these tools really mimics the human behaviors. Additionally, to focus on rest of the portion of your question, from our perspective, we have observed in MEA region and in Asia Pacific as well, a huge investment scam campaign, which is targeting major investment platforms. A lot of brands are getting impersonated on the internet. A lot of VIPs and even social media influencers, they are getting mimicked on the internet to develop the trust into these investment platforms for the victims to invest. We have also observed a dramatic hike in something we call it as authorized push payment fraud, which is really difficult for typical detection mechanisms to identify. Reason being, it's the actual legit user who is compromising himself or herself with the help of social engineering. Last but not the least, there are deepfakes and face swapping technologies which are getting utilized to bypass the initial KYC procedures of many banks. So all of these parameters collectively is impacting the volume of these attacks, of course, the speed of these attacks, and with a huge increase in the victims as well.
Thank you very much. I think what Dr. Saab mentioned earlier, you have to kill AI with the AI. So, I mean, there's no the question about that. Zishan, you've been managing the cybersecurity for a pretty long time in different organizations, telecoms, banks, and of course, some consulting also done. How, taking the lead from what Mohsin has mentioned, when we are receiving a lot of phishing emails, which are crafted specifically for a particular region or particular segment of people, banks also get all of these things. I mean, how do you cater for this? I mean, from a detection perspective, what strategies you have built in, what tools you have dropped in, so that these kind of phish messages can be intercepted and stopped from ever reaching the destination?
Thank you, Masaf, for having me here, and it's a great being part of the discussion. And your question is valid. Like, we are facing these things in banking industry for long. Like for a few years ago, phishing emails were very easy to spot. Bad actors use bad grammar, odd tones, and some strange wordings, and that was very easy to catch. But now, with the help of generative AI, uh, things have been changed. AI can write perfect email. It can record fake videos. Even it can copy someone's voice, like CEO and CFO. And we have been witnessed that in number of organizations, a person receive a call from a CEO or CFO who is pretending that the sound exactly like a CEO or CFO, and he orders to fund transfer, and he did it. And there is something missing in it. And what I think that is awareness, that what to do if they receive these kind of calls, if even video calls or voice messages. So you have to check, you have to double check. But there are some elements missing, and every organization like banking industry and other industries are facing these type of challenges. And AI is getting smarter, faster, and more believable day by day. And it's all thanks to AI.
I think, you have to extend or limit your trust boundaries in that aspect, because the way deep fakes and these fish and even deep fake voices are coming in, I have to be very sure who am I talking to, who is actually sending me this email, and who's on the, this Zoom screen with me. So is it really someone or not? Shahrukh, you're represent PDCL and the largest carrier in Pakistan. And of course, most of the data that we receive as end users come on your infrastructure. Is there a way you can detect, AI generated malware, AI generated, phishing campaigns and so on and so forth, using any cloud solution or anything? I'm asking a very open-ended question.
Thank you very much. And it's good to be part of this panel. As we PTCL, we got a very critical position as we are sitting in the core of the network. So sitting in the core of the network, so we do have like traffic patterns and metadata on which we can train LMs to detect any attack, whether it is basically SMS, deepfake, or traffic, any traffic which is generating and choking the networks. There, there are a few things that we are working on. And yes, we can also, in terms of detection, we can detect these kind of things using AI technology, and we can also mitigate these attacks. And moving further, when we are also data center providers and the cloud service providers, we are also working deeply inside the data center networks to detect other anomalies and other attacks as well.
I think collaboration, if it exists, only then we can actually jointly protect everyone in the country. Jawad, just a very, small, interesting question.
Of all of us, but the banking industry is far more conducive, and I think I'm audible. Let me.
He's always audible, he's
I
just a
think,
personality.
Banking industry with this back of the regulator is far mature than any other industry in Pakistan specifically. I think we are well versed in adapting AI technologies and fighting with AI kind of tag vectors and stuff like that. I believe more of we are covering side of endpoints, we are covering fraud areas, we are covering many other more areas in combating these things. I think AI is more towards future. We have to leverage AI in terms of our defense, and I think AI gives you much more predictiveness in defending our own assets with respect to our financial industry, with respect to any other. I think it's good to have Dr. Heather and all the team panels we have. I think we are getting towards the right direction as of now.
Bikuti, I think, my own personal belief is that if Turnitin, a piece of software, can detect AI generated content in a research paper, why can't any other tool can detect deep fakes, phishing emails, and so on and so forth. So there is a way we can have very robust detection on any AI generated content and just prevent it from ever reaching to the destination. Except your role is very peculiar in the entire industry and entire segment of threat intelligence, because you're the point person. Honestly, we rely a lot on advisories generated by National CERT, and unless this information is available, this intel is available, we would not be able to protect our separate or distinctive infrastructures. How collaboration is going to play any kind of role? And when I say collaboration, it doesn't mean collaboration within the country, with offshore entities, with different international certs. How do you see this is happening, just to be ensuring that any kind of generative AI threats landing in the country can be prevented?
Well, first I would like to comment on the idea that you said is about the deepfakes and the contents that is being manipulated through AI. And now even the human eyes, or with some efforts, you can detect. But we would be mindful that with the passage of time, this would be so sophisticated with the passage of time, then you might need a highly sophisticated piece of software to actually detect that, and would not be able to detect through the naked eyes or the human eyes. With the passage of time, it will be a challenge for the organization and the nations. It will be coming up soon.
I just want to add one thing. Yes, for a naked eye, it would be difficult, but AI or any other tool can really help us in reducing that time to an optimum.
That's what I'm saying. You probably with the passage of time, these kind of meager flaws would be removed, and the deep fake would be more sophisticated with the passage of time. You might need a highly sophisticated software on the other hand, ahead of that, to detect actually these kind of software. And during this COVID era, we have generated actually the gold mines in terms of text, graphs, audios, and videos. We need to remember this thing. And this is being dumped somewhere. It would be used at the specific time. Okay. So now the coming towards your question regarding the collaboration and all the stuff. You know that Carnegie Mellon in 1988 coined this concept. Many of the countries established their CERTs. Even our neighboring country established a CERT in 2004. And we established our CERT in 2024. Although we are late, but the thing is, our direction, we are in the right direction. This has been authenticated and vetted by the ITU by placing Pakistan as a role modeling country in the cybersecurity, where we can see that, and they have actually realized, and they have actually validated that their direction is on the right direction, the right path. So what we're doing, National CERT always welcomes the suggestions, the guidelines for all the bright minds, the youngster, or you can say the highly distinguished people that are currently sitting here and around the world, even the Pakistan is working. We actually rely, I personally believe on the collective wisdom. I'm not Aklekul. No one is Aklekul, right? So what we are doing, we're actually welcoming the private organizations. We are also welcoming the government organizations, all the organizations, NTASP, PTA, NADRA, doing wonderful job in the area of cybersecurity. So first thing is welcoming the private organizations to come join hand with us. Let's do things in a more concise and collaborative way. Whatever you're doing, you're doing good, but let's do this in a more collaborative way, right? On the other hand, we are establishing contacts and links with the national CERTs of various countries, right? For example, the Russian CERT, the Chinese CERT, the Qatar CERT, the Saudi CERT, all the friendly countries with the collaboration and cyber threat intelligence sharing and all kind of stuff. We are also in the process of, and we have already applied for the Asia Pacific CERT, for the OIC CERT, and we are also applied for the first, that is the Forum of Incident Response, the worldwide forum where the Pakistan's national CERT would be an entity representing Pakistan at this international level of the CERTs around the world. And that forum will actually provide some kind of platform to share this. Also, I have proposed in some of my talks in some of the friendly countries with the developing countries, the people and the organizations, that let's come forward, let's join hand together, because after this Lebanon attack, the countries relying on the supply chain technology like Lebanon, and people have seen that the pager actually got exploded, and their main problem was the technology was actually developed in Lebanon, it was procured, right? Pakistan, unfortunately, and the developing countries rely on the 95% of the technology that we procure. I'm not saying that all the technology is harmful, but there could be some kind of malintention for your country, for your organization that can harm you, right? So let's join hand together. I mean, join hand with some of the organization even, and let's develop our own indigenous technology that could be used in developing countries, and they can share their expertise in these kind of experiences. Also, for the cyber drills, for the you can say the cyber threat intelligence kind of mechanisms, joint trainings and sessions and these kind of things. So we're in the process of signing MOUs, signing the joint agreements with the various friendly countries, and there will be a comprehensive mechanism, inshallah, that will actually help Pakistan to prosper in the context of cybersecurity. So I'm hopeful, inshallah.
I think, inshallah, this will work.
I would like to mention one of the key things back in मैं आपको लेके जाता हूँ 2004 में I was part of it at Interior Ministry. I was heading the IT side. One more side, Jafri Saab came in. He was actually working on the National Cert project at the very time. we were awakened at that time very much. I just met him over there. We wanted to do those things at those times, but I think now this is the best time you are in. We have seen much more efforts coming from the national side, but this idea was originally. Jafri साहब के लिए I think we have to have a round of applause for him. आज ये वो concept को बनते हुए देख रहे हैं.
Wait. Efforts of Jafri Saab. He's the pioneer, living legend, right? And we have National CERT has actually recognized PISA as a community CERT being approved by the cabinet, and now they are officially the community CERT of Pakistan. We are also empowering all the organizations in Pakistan doing this wonderful job, like the Common Criteria Pakistan Lab. We have the NTSP, we have all the other organizations do a wonderful job. We are actually recognizing their efforts and doing kind of collaborative efforts to join and to join this platform and work together for the better and secure Pakistan.
Yes, yes, that's right.
Thank you. Zishan, just a very quick note about how you're developing the skills of your people so that they can be, productive in the years to come. In the context of generative AI.
Okay, so it's one of the challenging questions because to retain the team is one of the challenge, and to develop the team is another challenge. So
you have to retain them first before you develop them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I can
the very first step to me is the awareness, because team must know how AI works. They must know what AI can do and what AI cannot do. There's no need to become a data scientist, but they must be well aware of the AI technology, the latest technology for which they are pursuing. And the second most important thing to me is to embrace that technology, to become an ally of that technology, because this technology is going to help in detecting threats proactively, spot the patterns faster. And even this technology is not the future; it is becoming a present technology. You must say. So these two things, the like awareness and become an ally, is an important aspect for the team development. Also, team must be curious. They are ready to adapt this technology.
You have to entice this hunger in them so that they can follow all these goals.
Because in the future, AI is not going to replace the cybersecurity teams.
I know.
The teams should know how to use AI is going to replace that.
Got it.
Don't.
Got it. Thank you very much. Mohsin, Jen, one last thought. From your aspect again, how would you be able to help organizations in combating these things or preventing these things? I mean, just one or two liner if you can do that in the interest of time, because our time is already lapsed.
I strongly believe that for an effective workflow, it should be a combination of automation within a human workflow. So in my opinion, I strongly believe that AI should augment a human decision rather than replacing the human. Why? Because any AI model is data driven. So it really depends on the quality of the data that is being utilized or enriched within any AI model. We can definitely leverage AI for the use cases, for example, for detecting any specific attack pattern, for any behavior anomaly, for baselining a specific pattern, we can do that. Once that is achieved with automation, a human that understands the business logic should be part of that decision-making process. Additionally, it's very important from my understanding perspective is to enrich your AI with a vetted and high fidelity data from intelligence standpoint. This will help to enhance the results because a vetted data will bring insights and not the noise.
Got it.
Lastly, I believe the TTP-led approach in terms of mitigation strategy is very, very important. From our perspective, we are trying to patent a concept which is called as fraud metrics, we're all aware about MITRE metrics, but fraud metrics is more focused towards the TTPs of scammers and fraudsters. And once we adopt a TTP-led approach rather than indicator-led approach, it becomes way more difficult for adversaries. Why? Simply because the indicators, they work on the bottom of the pyramid of the pain, and TTPs, they work on the top of the pyramid from the pain point from adversary standpoint. So adopting these parameters, in my opinion, can enhance the detection and response frameworks.
Thank you very much. I apologize that our time is less, but just a closing note. I think AI is here. It was here yesterday as well, and I don't foresee what is going to be tomorrow. But I think when a new technology comes in, there are a lot of opportunities for us to use. But of course, with opportunities, there are threats and risk. And all we need to do is to understand those risks and threats and mitigate them to the best of our capabilities. I thank you, all the panel members, for sparing their time. Again, I come here always as a learner, not as a panelist or anything. And thank you very much for the kind words that you've given. Thank you, sir.
Thanks everyone for a very useful discussion. Coming up next is Mr. Tariq Usman, Regional Sales Manager from Thales, who will be sharing his views on data sovereignty.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be part of the CTI conference with such a great audience from different sectors in Pakistan. So just to introduce myself, my name is Tariq Uthman. I'm the Regional Sales Manager for Thales across the region. I work with national organizations, central banks, law enforcement, intelligence, governments, in order to secure their national identities and to help them to protect their data security, to protect their critical data, and of course, to have a stronger security foundation in their environments. So today, I want to give you a clear view about how Thales can help Pakistan digital transformation. So Thales is not a typical vendor. Thales is a multinational French company with more than 86,000 employees across the world. We have four main or major domains Thales focus on. First is the defense. Second is the space, comes late as aerospace as well. And then the data security part, where I come from. So what differentiates Thales from others? Thales is involved in all security ecosystem in every country, starting from the borders, the e-passports, the data security, the critical infrastructure, the satellites, the radars, everything. So today I want to talk more about how Thales can provide the best security posture for every organization by talking and by giving you a brief about our technologies for the data security. So before I start to talk about this slide, I just want to thank everyone who was in the panel discussion, because it really gives me an understanding about the threats and the risk which we face as an organization, not only today, not only tomorrow, maybe in the next 5 or 10 years. We can see AI, we can see the quantum attacks, and it's not something gonna happen in the far future. It's happening now, and it's gonna happen soon. We're not talking about individuals, we are talking about intruders and hackers, organization, even state-driven organization doing that as well. So when we talk about threats, let's be honest, data is growing and more risks are happening, and the data security is being a chaos. In Thales, we have found out that more than 50% of organizations has even faced a breach or a ransomware. And we can as well observe that organization has implemented many security tools and solutions from different vendors. And one of the drives of we can see as well is the compliance regulations are growing. So when threats are growing, when data is growing, compliance regulations are growing as well. We can see that 1,800 worldwide we have. So saying that, as a result, organizations today are facing issues with more limited visibility on the data, where it resides, on the users, what they are doing with this data, and what's their role about it. And of course, by implementing different types of security solutions and tools, they're not talking to each other, which means that they work in silos. And data sovereignty is something really, really important in our security posture. We need to be in control of our data, in control about who's access the data. And this is something which we are going to talk about today as well. So in Thales, we are specialized with the data, with everything related to the data. So we protect the data, any kind, any type, big data, intellectual property, financial data, enterprise, identities, and even payments and digital transactions. And we protect it anywhere, whenever the data resides. If it resides or it's there in the application, in the data centers, in the control, in the containers, in the networks, everywhere. And what makes our solutions interesting, it has the scalability to implement our solution whenever the customer environment fits. So if you need it on-prem, and if you need it on cloud, or even you want to have it hybrid, mixed between both. So in this slide, it's just a summary of what we do from a Thales cybersecurity or data security portfolio. So we protect the data at rest by providing the Cipher Trust security platform for the encryption. We protect the data as well and give you more visibility on the data in use for the data activity and monitoring solution we provide. Data in motion is one of the critical solutions we have by providing the high-speed encryption. And of course, everyone knows the HSMs. So the data, when it's in use, we provide two types of HSMs, payment HSMs and general purpose HSM. What I'm trying to say here in this slide is that Thales data security portfolio is a single vendor solution. providing customers control encryption and key management and visibility for all their data whenever it resides. So I'm going to start to talk about the HSMs, the hardware security module. This is the heart of any national security. Every e-passport, every digital certificate, every authentication relies on cryptographic keys. With the HSMs, and personally, I would consider it the safest place in the world. It protects the keys, and you can always perform the cryptographic operation by using the HSMs. It's perfect for banks, it's perfect for government, for any organization which can rely and need to protect their keys. The major use cases when we talk about the HSMs is digital signature, the public key infrastructure. So we integrate with all public key infrastructure in the world by performing the cryptographic operation. We protect the keys as well when it's in the cloud, which gives you data sovereignty as well. And of course, the code signing. But as well, we see emerging use cases. Use cases we see today, we can see it as well in the future. 5G is perfect for the telecom companies by providing them and performing the cryptographic operation for their keys. IoTs, blockchain, and the HSM can protect as well from the quantum attacks by implementing post-quantum algorithms and cryptographic keys, and by integrating as well with a quantum safe solution. So the solution is quantum ready. In this slide, I will make it a little bit more simple. So here we're going to talk about two solutions. The Cipher Trust Manager, which is the encryption platform, and the Data Security Fabric, which is the data activity monitoring platform. So I'll start with the encryption part. So it's an encryption with a key management platform. Usually, any encryption, any organization, when they perform the encryption process, one challenge they face is, where is my sensitive data? How to find the sensitive data? And we do provide a tool which called the data discovery and classification, which helps the customer to understand where is their critical data in order to perform and proceed with the encryption. And when you start the encryption, there are different levels of encryption we do. So we do the encryption when the data resides in the application, in the file, in the database, and we provide them as well with the tokenization and data masking. I would like to highlight a couple of things when it comes to the encryption we provide. First, we provide transparent level encryption, which means that when the encryption is performed, there is no change in the scheme of the data. So this definitely will help the customer to keep the data without any changes, even the encryption would happens. Second thing is the downtime. So when the encryption topic appears, many people in any organization will be a little bit worried about what will happen to my environment. Am I going to face any delays? Am I going to feel, especially when it comes to banking or government, because data is important and performance of the environment as well is important. Any delay, it can cause big issues. So Thales has invented something called the live data transformation. This is special for Thales. Thales has, I would say, an invention about it. So what it does is that the encryption can happen anytime, peak time, any time of the day, with zero downtime to the environment. So there will be no interruption in the environment. It will work properly with no issues. Second thing I would like to highlight as well is the ransomware protection. So while performing the encryption, if the system detects any ransomware, immediately it will stop it. So this will help in order to avoid any breaches and avoid any ransomware, especially when it comes to the data. Now, when we talk, I'm just going to go second now for the second solution, which is the data activity and monitoring under the platform of the data security fabric. So last year, Thales has acquired Imperva, a global leader in the data security in the world. We saw when we acquired them, we acquired the whole solution now, so it's 100% French company. So when we talk about the data activity and monitoring, we always and we need to understand about who's touching the data and where is the critical data resides. And how we do that, of course, we start with the data discovery, and this time it's different than the encryption part. So here, the tool discovers where is the critical data, if it's going to be credit cards, information, user information, and so on. And once the system or the DAM understand where is the critical data, they understand identify who are the users accessing or acquiring or having the admin access to this databases or data. I want to talk about two main features in this solution. First is the DRI and the DRA. So I'm going to be quick. I know I'm done. Sorry. So the DRA is the data risk analytics. So in this capability, our feature in DAM solution, or Imperva DAM solution, it identifies the critical data, identify who's accessing it. For example, if you have a database with the credit cards, and with 10 unauthorized or unnecessary users have access or admin access to these databases, it just gives you alert with a risk score that those users are not supposed to have access to this database. The second capability is the DRI, the data risk analysis, the data risk intelligence. In this part, it is an automated capability to check the behavior of the users. So by using AI, by using EDR, yes, the EDI, the intelligence, to understand what are the users are doing in those databases. Let's say Ahmed is accessing the database, but he's not supposed to access it in this time of the day, or he's not supposed to access it 10 times a day, or downloading this kind of data. It gives an alert to the DBA that this person shouldn't be there, and it gives you a risk score and context and suggestions that this shouldn't be happen and what should happen. Why I'm saying this, why I'm giving you an idea about those two capabilities, because any person who's responsible on the databases, they don't have much time to check everything and manually check all the reports. These capabilities are automated. It gives you automated notification and alerts, which gives time for the DBA to focus on the most critical databases. Last solution, I'll be quick. Sorry. This is the solution, is the most favorite solution for any law enforcement, intelligence, army, signal unit in any country. High-speed encryption. We're not talking about encryption in the environment. We're talking about encrypting the data when it's moving from one place to another. This is a trusted product with all the certificates, NEST, FIP certified. It's military grade certified as well. And this solution can work up from network layer 2, 3, and 4. It has the capability as well to have a speed from 1 gig to 100 gig. So usually how it works, two boxes, one at the sender, one on the receiver. So once you send the data from the sender, let's say from the DR to the DC, it encrypts, and in the receiver, it decrypts. And you can, of course, change the configuration depends on the environment and depends on the customer or the organization. I'm sorry, I took much of more of my time. So that's it from my side. I hope I gave you a summary and an overview about how Thales can help the digital transformation in Pakistan. And I'll be here today. If any questions there, please let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tariq. Next in, we have a presentation, the convergence of threat intelligence and fraud prevention in the age of AI. For that, let's welcome Mr. Igor Stolerov, Business Development Head from Group IB. He had to come here, but due to certain problem, he couldn't travel. So he'll be giving it online. Mr. Igor, online.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Hope you can hear me well. Unfortunately, I'm.
Yes, Mr. Igor, we can hear you. And we can see you and we can hear you also.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Thank you for organizers for allowing us and Group IB team to be part of this incredible and really strategic and important environment and the event. Due to certain circumstances, I was not be able to travel. However, if I'm not there, it doesn't mean I'm not with you. I'm with you and listening all of the presentations and the panel discussions, which are really critical and really important. And it's an honor for me to be a part of this session today with you. So I would like to start. Actually, I've been listening to the panel discussion. It brought my big interest, and thank you so much for Mr. Muhammad's, Dr. Haider, and Zishan and Mr. Javad for bringing such incredible inputs into the how to combat AI, what is the unique cases related to AI, and to complement what Dr. Heather was mentioning, actually, it's really critical to find the proper collaboration ways between the different organizations and different fields of the organizations, because this is, to me and as Group IB, we believe that the collaboration between the different law enforcement agencies, financial sector, energy sector, government sector, bringing the unique knowledge and the expertise sharing, which then can lead actually to really defense and react faster. Because being in the cybersecurity domain, we always respond to the attacks. Of course, being the threat intelligence vendor, we're trying to also, and being the threat hunters ourselves, we're trying to predict and see what is the future, where the attacks they may come, what are the nature of the cyber criminals, how they operate, what tools and techniques they're utilizing and using. This is critical to investigate. And I have prepared a few of the slides related to the topic. However, before I proceed, I was thinking just to make it more interactive, since I'm not there and I want to really, my personal goal is to make something good on each day, which I was once I wake up. So I would like to ask the audience, could you please raise your hand who is using WhatsApp as a messenger to exchange the messages, to talk about the work? And if I may see somehow also the audience, it will be good. So if you can raise your hand who is using WhatsApp, please do. All right. So I believe it will be, according to my experience, it will be 99% of the people of the audience who are using WhatsApp. So I would like to do before the presentation a quick test, and which can benefit you at the end of the day. So if we log in into our WhatsApp application and we go to the settings, which is on the right below corner side, and then we proceed to the key sign, basically to your account. And there is a second line which says two-step verification. So please click on this. And now, could you please raise your hand whose function now it's on? See, if you can see on the audience, probably the amount of hands which has been raised are lower amount compared to when I asked the first question, who is using the WhatsApp. And of course, my advice is to turn it on. And this is we talk about the sophisticated things, sophisticated attacks and procedures. We talk about the trainings and different exercises, how we can train our team to the safeties, first, right? But this is the typical example of that we need to start from the simple approach and to protect ourselves first. Because today, for example, if your account is compromised or it got leaked, and then the threat actor has an access to your WhatsApp messages, you have your personal life there, you have your business life there to be discussed and discussed. So you need to find a way how to protect yourself. And by protecting yourself, you're not only protecting yourself at the end of the day, you're protecting your peers and your family and your teammates and your work environment. Because if the account is compromised, the threat actor, their main goal not only to steal your details, but to communicate with other people on behalf of you. So having the two-step verification activated, which is important for any applications, messengers, or social platforms, or email, definitely, 100%, it is giving you additional safety. So this is the one of the, I would say, experience and the good faith from my side. And I hope those people whose function was off, so now it's on, and you will be a little bit better saved. From the
See your slide.
Sorry?
Your slide is not
my slide is not shared. Let me quickly share my slide. Sorry. I thought, let me project quickly my screen. Apologize for that. So coming to the topic of today's discussion. So Group IB, we're the cybersecurity company with more than 23 years of experience. And when we say we're a cybersecurity company, we're not just providing the technologies which is good to use. So we started as the investigation bureau back to 2003. What it means as investigation, and we didn't have in 2003 any technology in place. We started from the services such as digital forensics, incident response, and cybercrime investigations. What it means that for us as a company, we really need to understand how the threat actors are operating, how the cyber criminals are communicating between each other, what tools and techniques they're using, how they're planning to attack the organization, how they look like, how they behave. From there, we have started, and it's still ongoing process that it's our core of the business. Technologies only came and there's some public references. We are official partners of Interpol, Europol, and Afripol when it comes to really sophisticated cybercrime capabilities, which we support globally. The cyber criminals. So what it gives the additional power to the capabilities and technologies which we have designed only in 10 years after we launched the organization as Group IB. It gives the additional power from the threat intelligence capabilities and many other solutions, which is primarily topic for today's discussion will be related to the fraud, as we see the big risk related to the digital fraud are happening, and the a lot of activities threat actors are implementing. So I decided to highlight this topic on today's session. As Group IB, we are operating globally in more than 80 countries. We have a large presence within the META region, including our really strategic and the focused country is Pakistan, where my team also is based, and you're more than happy to align with them to get the more insights of what we're doing on day-to-day job. We're working with the financial sector. It's one of the critical sectors for us. We work mainly with the energy sector, with the government, and with the telecom sectors. However, it's not only limited to that, but the majority of the risks and the situations which are occurring from the attacks perspective, if we think from the threat actor perspective, their main objective is to attack something where they can generate the revenue, if it's a cyber criminal groups. Of course, there are some other threat actor profiling which are focusing like hacktivisms. For example, they're focusing on other aspects and sometimes to create a chaos and make the panic within the organization, but usually their initiatives, they're not validated. What I mean by not validated, it's not confirmed. They can say that they breached the organization, but it's not really the truth. So sometimes the threat actors, it's a big business for them. So they are also trying to leverage their positions. They're trying to compete between each other, and they're trying to be on the top of their own community, which we analyze and see it from different many angles, which we monitor and analyze on a daily basis. To analyze such activities, of course, the technologies today they are helping us big time, which we designed on our own. Group IB has a huge portfolio of different capabilities focusing purely on the cybersecurity technologies and the services. Having the threat intelligence capabilities giving us additional edge of the how proactively we can analyze and understand what is the threat landscape, how the threat actors are compromising the organizations, what are the data of the compromise. We provide multiple other technologies such as the digital risk protection to protect the brands on the internet. We provide the internal protection of the internal infrastructure by performing our managed XDR full-fledged capabilities, which are responding to all of the layers within the infra of the company, with a plus on the managed service on top of that. We monitoring the external perimeter of the assets, and because the attack of the angle can be from the external perimeter and then landing to the internal side. And of course, the main topic of the combination between the fraud intelligence and the threat intelligence capabilities, which we are providing and which is the really critical aspects nowadays. So when it comes to the fraud, which is quite a large topic today, so the fraud is operating really in a heavy manner. Modern fraudsters, they really operate, they have the organized businesses. They enhance their AI tools and capabilities. They have their own networks. They have their own client support, which is spread in different countries. They're trying to do the creating new accounts to leverage the cash flow to their own stolen accounts. And this is a really big risk between the cross-border of different countries nowadays. So let me give you one of the examples of the card testing scenario about one of the attack schemes. So there might be happening data breaches, phishing cases, malware cases. That's where the threat actors and the scammers are collecting the details and the data from the victims. And later on, they can create, for example, phishing websites in order to collect login and password. They can create the, specific malware in order to inject it into the devices, and then the data will be leaked on the internet or sometimes on the dark web forums. So what the threat actors are doing in such scenarios, they're creating specific scripts which allows automatically to collect this data, and then after that, after the data is obtained and collected, they are trying to create specific bots which will do the card testing. For example, the threat actor received the sum of the details, login, name, last name, phone number, and the card number and CVV code of the user. They will use the specific bot, which will then automatically trigger and try to access the real user of the account of the user. So let me actually show it to you how the AI is functioning. and how it's generating. So for example, this is the well-known AI tool where you can see that on the screen that all of the processes are designed by bot. So the threat actor just pull in the details of the bank details, and now the bot is automatically pulling in all of the credentials details of the user and trying to make a transaction. And then the bot will automatically, mouse move is really slow. And as we can see the result, the payment has been accepted. So all of these exercises were done automatically without any involvement of the user. What it means? It means that AI tools are really powerful, and they prove to be performing quite well. And in order to combat against such cases, you need to have a certain tools which can give you the indication that this is not the performing a real user. For example, from our fraud protection capabilities, we have a graphing technology which allows to attribute the different technical and the behavioral parameters, which gives us indication that this is not the real user. It's a bot activity. For example, the mouse move was not really looking as the real user is moving his or her mouth. That's why our technology will identify that this is abnormal behavioral parameter, and this is triggering the alert to the fraud risk systems and to the fraud teams that this most certainly not the real transaction which is happening. It's most certainly the bot. Of course, the geolocation and the technical parameters like IP addresses and all of the device intelligence is really critical in order to give the full picture and analyze such behavioral methods. That's why we work a lot with the financial sector in order to support to combat such fraud activities. Another example is the face recognition, right? As a part of the panel discussion, there was a discussion related to that the AI face sort of activities are happening nowadays, and they're really attacking the users, and it's we need to find a way how to combat from this. So the patterns of the AI face recognition is also quite sophisticated attacks, which the threat actors are leveraging, and they're using the different AI channels and bots in order to leverage their activities, for example, to bypass the KYC passes. So in order to do that, again, it's mandatory to monitor both the technical parameters and the perimeter and the behavioral part of it, whether it is a real user is activating and showing his face in order to process and go into the application, or it's a fake user. And we have another demonstration which was prepared by my team. So today we wanted to show you myself and my colleagues. In a sec of time, I will just move it to the stage where my team from the anti-fraud team, they took my photo from the public sources. Actually, not from the public. I shared it with one of my friends, and they basically pull in my face, and now Selçuk, my teammate, he has my face. That's what allowing such tools to bypass the KYC practices. So this is the way how the threat actors are activating and using different technologies in order to trick us. And that's the reason where we're looking into the roots perspective, how they design them, or where they operate, where they communicate, where their mule accounts is based, what the type of the malwares are exist. And we designed the specific technologies in order to combat against this big issue, which is happening nowadays. And this is not only relevant for the financial sector, it is also relevant for the energy sector, e-commerce sector, payment gateways, telecom sector, law enforcement agencies, because combining this tool and utilizing this tool, it allows to have a visibility where the threat actors are based, what they're performing. Together with the law enforcement agencies, we can support actually to deliver and to perform the investigation procedures on the further stages. So that's the topic which is quite significant and critical in many countries of the fraud attempts, which I really wanted to share today with you, and I really appreciate your time. And thank you for the listening. Hope it was quite interesting, and hope that I gave you also a good sign from my side that your WhatsApp at least account is a little more secure since today. Thank you so much, and I miss you big time, and looking forward for our meetings and further engagements. Thank you so much. I miss
Thank
you
you,
all big
Mr.
time.
Igo. He could not travel all the way due to some problem in his traveling. Minister of IT and Telecom, Madam Shazda Fatma Khwaja. She is here with us, and I would request her to come here, give her views.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dr. Haider Abbas, Director General, NSERT, Mr. Amar Jafri, former DG, FIA, and now President PISA, Mr. Dimitri Kaspersky, Global Security Expert, CISOs from our private sector, ladies, gentlemen, experts, professionals, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good afternoon. It is indeed a pleasure and honor to be present here at the Cyber Threat Intelligence Conference 2025, which is a very, very timely initiative to bring together industry, academia, professionals, and experts from across the world on a single platform to discuss the emerging threats that we face today collectively. As technology takes every sector by a storm and changes the landscape and the whole paradigm across sectors and across the globe, with all the benefits that it brings also come a host of challenges. The whole security paradigm, whether it's around personal security, business security, data security, and even national security today, has turned towards technology and emerging technologies. So the question is that how ready are we to actually take on this challenge and address the problems that come our way? Pakistan, and I'm very proud to say that, last year was placed in amongst the top tier countries in the world on the Global Cybersecurity Index, which puts us on the map of the countries which have resilient systems, strong cybersecurity, and protection systems against emerging threats. I would like to highlight some key policies that we're following and emerging legislative changes that we intend to bring around the cybersecurity agenda. So right now, with the support of the government of Pakistan, we're implementing the National Cybersecurity Policy, which essentially is the foundation that we have today. However, we're now coming up with the National Cybersecurity Act, which will give a legislative ownership and the Parliament's ownership to the National Cybersecurity Agenda. And the National Cybersecurity Act will ensure that across the stakeholders revolving around security by design and risk-based approach, critical information, critical infrastructure, public and business sectors, their security, citizen protection, capacity building awareness, indigenization of research and development, international collaborations, partnerships, incident response, and threat intelligence sharing. All of these and other verticals within cybersecurity are addressed with all stakeholders, public sector, private sector, industry, academia, and our experts, a lot of whom are present here today. So the idea is to understand cyber threat in its full form, look at cybersecurity in its entirety. We all understand that within cybersecurity, there's a host of different verticals that we have to look at. So we're also working with the Education Ministry on ensuring that our curriculums are up to the mark, and we're producing the right kind of human resource capital that is required to protect us in these emerging challenges and changing landscapes. Earlier this May, we saw that Pakistan was in a state of conflict, and the whole Marka-e-Haq incident highlighted and reflected that warfare and conflict today is not just on land, sea, and in the air, but has a fourth dimension, which is a 360-degree dimension of cybersecurity and cyber threats that are posed our way. And I'm very, very proud to say that in this modern warfare led by the armed forces of the country, under the able leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif Sahab, Field Marshal General Asim Munir Sahab, and their counterparts, the Chief of Air Staff, Naval Staff, everybody, how the whole government, and I have to say citizens, young people, students, everybody came forth and joined hands in the cyber war that we led and we won earlier this year. The whole of government approach, along with the nation standing behind us, we were able to showcase to the world the kind of cybersecurity capabilities that Pakistan has, not just on a public sector level, but I have a host of messages and emails from our young individuals who personally contacted and offered their services to protect the state of Pakistan, especially around cybersecurity. So we're very, very confident of the capabilities that we have, but we also understand that the emerging threats keep changing, keep adapting, keep mutating, and we have to be future ready for any of such changes that come our way. National security is obviously an existential situation, but beyond that, today, cybersecurity challenges also threaten our economic prosperity all the way as technology touches every segment of our life. Like I said, from our personal lives, everyday usage of technology in social media, making payments, using different mobile applications, to our businesses, to the investments coming in, to the financial sector, our agri sector, anything and everything, our manufacturing that used to run on the legacy systems now has to transform towards a more digital first approach. But when that happens, and as we move towards and further on our journey of Digital Nation Pakistan, the Digital Nation Pakistan Act that was passed earlier this year, that is essentially going to digitally transform Pakistan's economy, governance, and society, we are very, very cognizant of the fact that how cybersecurity cuts across every single vertical. So not only are we looking at it from a single lens, but we completely understand that having effective cybersecurity capabilities, supporting policies, and adequate resources in terms of especially our human resource is critical to give security to any foreign investment that comes in, is critical to secure our national food securities and our industrial production, manufacturing, and services as we move forward. So technology driving us in all of these sectors has to be made bulletproof, has to be air-gapped with cybersecurity, whether we use softwares, different tools, but we have to ensure that indigenization is there, but with open collaboration and international partnerships. But we also have to see that how do we focus on our local research and development. In Pakistan right now, we have the NCERT, which is already operational. It is expanding in terms of sectoral coordination. It is our primary forum right now that issues recommendations. It works very closely in coordination with our telecom sector, financial sector, and also deals with the critical infrastructure that we have nationwide. We also have a digital economy enhancement program running with the World Bank that the Ministry of IT leads with the help of our departments and our partners like NADRA and BOI, which has a very strong component of cybersecurity, especially when we talk about securing authentic identifications. And the idea is that the national data exchange layer that we're building and launching this year to launch the Pakistan stack and then further moving into the sectoral stacks, all of these have to be made bulletproof in terms of their cybersecurity. So issuing national identities is one thing, but ensuring their secure authentications, DID, along with protecting the national data exchange layer that will be launched is going to be absolutely critical for the digital transformation moving forward. Similarly, we have a thorough cybersecurity capacity building programs and exercises that we keep doing. The IGNITE, which is the Research and Development Fund of Pakistan, runs a cybersecurity hackathon every year where thousands of young people participate, and the winners of those hackathons have actually gone on to win competitions like Red Hat and other international global competitions in the world, again showcasing Pakistan's resilience in the sector. We've also built national centers of excellence for cybersecurity, and we're looking to enhance those where I was just talking with Dr. Heather Abbas as well, that we're looking to make situation rooms, we're looking to work on areas and enabling environments where our young people can come innovate, a more of a sandboxing environment, practicing environment, where all of our young people who are interested in the subject can come forward, and we provide with shared spaces for them to really unlock the true potential that they have. As far as the CTI goes and its themes, AI in cybersecurity, threat intelligence and dark web monitoring, data sovereignty and cloud security, identity and access management, we're working on all four across as the government of Pakistan. But when I say that we're working as the government of Pakistan, the idea and the ideal state that we know is that the private sector essentially takes the lead. While we do secure as public sector our critical data and our critical infrastructures, but largely we try to create an enabling environment where the private sector steps up, comes forward and takes the lead in innovation and providing different solutions in all of these domains. Pakistan's cloud first policy is also there right now. We're looking to transport the whole government data on cloud. And that also gives you, along with issuing digital identities, creating the data exchange layer, digitizing the government data, that kind of is self-explanatory, the kind of opportunity it is going to open for our cybersecurity enthusiasts to help us secure all of this data that is going to be going online. So we understand that no single entity can ensure cybersecurity across all of these spectrums, and therefore we work together hand in hand with our private sector, our telecom operators, our financial sectors, banks, academia, international partners like yourselves. And we want to ensure that this collaboration reflects our commitment when it comes to open threat intelligence exchange, joint training programs, and cyber exercises with partners across the region. I also want to, in the end, say that our key areas of cooperation where we're moving forward in global cyber diplomacy and strategic resilience are exchange of threat intelligence and incident reports, incident response and their best practices, joint training and awareness programs for cybersecurity professionals, malware analysis, vulnerability research, and cyber threat hunting in critical sectors, support for cybersecurity exercises, workshops, and simulation programs to enhance national readiness. In the end, I would just like to say that as the whole world tries to navigate through these changing circumstances, Pakistan stands committed to ensure that technology which is deployed is in the best interest of every citizen that lives here, resides here, in our country is there to ease out the lives of every single citizen and to ensure that the technology deployed is ethical, transparent, and ensures security of individuals, businesses, and governments alike. I would like to thank all of you for being here today and congratulate the organization of this conference today and looking forward to the outcomes that come from it. Thank you very much, Pakistan. Zindabad.
Minister of IT and Telecom, Honorable Ms. Shaza Fatma Khwaja, is requested to give away the awards. Mr. Mad is a globally recognized CIO and cybersecurity leader with over 3 decades of experience driving digital transformation across financial institutions. Currently the Chief Information Security Officer at Faisal Bank, he has led major IT governance and risk initiatives, earning honors like the World CIO 200 and Global CISO Awards. Mr. Mad serves as chairman of the Cybersecurity Forum at the Pakistan Banks Association. His work continues to shape secure and innovative tech ecosystems across the region. Mr. Mad. Mr. Mehzad Seher is currently serving as the Group CISO at Angro Group with over 25 years of international diversified experience across multiple industries, including telecommunications, banking, oil and gas, energy, manufacturing, and consulting. Mr. Mehzad has made remarkable contribution to both Pakistan and the global cybersecurity landscape in Middle East and Europe. He has held key leadership positions as CISO at some of the most prominent organizations such as PTCL, Telenor, Bank Alfala, and Engro, bringing strategic insight and innovation to each role. Mr. Mehzad holds an engineering degree complemented by executive management certification from NCED, Harvard Business School, and Telenor Academy, along with over 24 prestigious global security certifications, a testament to commitment to excellence and lifelong learning. He has served as an honorary member of a specialized committee under the Cabinet Division and Ministry of IT and Telecom, are dedicated to strengthening Pakistan's position as a global cyber power. He is also a member of the National CERT Council, proudly representing the nation as the only CISO from Pakistan's industry sector. I request Mr. Mehzad, recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award. Now I request Mr. Faisal Rahim to give the shield to the Minister of IT and Telecom, Ms. Shaza Fatma Khwaja. Thank you, madam, for joining us, sparing your valuable time. Next in, we have Mr. Hassan Mahmood, system engineer from Palo Alto Networks. He'll be delivering his presentation on securing businesses in the age of AI.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and good afternoon. Really excited to be here with the extended cybersecurity community of Pakistan. I've been with Palo Alto for almost 9 years, 7 years in Qatar. And I still remember the day I entered into our head office for my very first training. The vision of the company was we want to have a world that is more secure than tomorrow. Back then, we used to have 2 products, mainly firewall with some security subscriptions. And today, where we stand as a company with more than 50 products, different security functions, the vision and mission is still the same. We want to have a tomorrow that is more secure. So with that, since the theme is on AI and cloud, and our dignitary minister, she just spoke about the importance of cloud and how even at the government level, we will be adopting cloud as part of digital transformation. This is something that we cannot ignore. Cloud adoption is increasing. Just last year, we have like 25% more almost spending on the cloud. Organizations, be it public, be it private, they are moving to cloud, sometime by choice and sometime because they have to. And cloud is not just like moving our data center. We are talking about SaaS. We are talking about major applications, our CRMs, our ERP systems that are moving to cloud. When it comes to AI, let's look at ChatGPT. It was launched a few years back, and since then, the space has exploded. Today, if you look at adoption of AI, as organizations or as individuals, almost everyone is using either ChatGPT or DeepSeek or any other platform. And with that, what is happening? We have data on the cloud that is increasing into multiple folds. So digging deep into AI revolution, we have 94% of organizations that are using AI in one way or another. Either we are building applications that are using AI models, or we are consuming Gen AI applications that are helping organizations with productivity. We are looking at code development. Someone like me who knows nothing about programming, I'm able to create application within 1 hour, which otherwise I wouldn't be able to do. Now we have 2 ways we can look into it, yeah? We can either allow our users or our employees to use these AI applications that will help them with their productivity, but also exposes us to many threats. Or we simply stop them from using, which will obviously make us leave our competition much ahead of us. Now, in enterprise segment, if you look at enterprise applications, almost every organization today is using AI, or they are integrating AI into their own enterprise applications. Yeah. And mostly what we are doing, we are taking open source models and incorporating them into our enterprise applications. Very simple example I would take is we have now chatbots by almost every consumer company. We go to website, be it Jazz, Telenor, or any other, and we start talking to these chatbots. And these chatbots are now consuming a lot of data set from our internal enterprise data to basically enhance customer experience. But then it is also creating some gaps in terms of security on how this data is being exposed. Moving on to cloud. Again, I think Minister before me has spoken about cloud adoption and digital transformation. And digital transformation is something that cannot be achieved unless we are moving to cloud. Yep. It could be either hybrid or complete move to cloud. But this is something that every organization must do or they have to do. It helps us with agility. Obviously, our speed to go into deployment into runtime, it becomes much faster. But it again is exposing us to many threats. And something generally which is being missed is the risk of quantum computing. Quantum computing is advancing at the speed that usually we are not expecting. And if you look at governments across the globe, specifically US government, they have now specific direction since 2022, where all the critical government departments are being enforced to assess their exposure to quantum computing. And what is the idea? Idea is that our data is encrypted today, but is it safe against quantum computing? Because post-quantum cryptography, if we are not using that, then most probably attackers are harvesting our data today. What they are doing, they are taking our encrypted data in this anticipation that once quantum computing becomes vastly available, they will be able to decrypt that data. And someone might ask, okay, what is the importance of data that maybe is harvested 5 years ago, which may be okay for a small organization, but think of it from a government perspective. What we are looking at, maybe a national registry getting hacked today, even if it's encrypted, 3 years down the line, someone might have complete access to it. So what is happening with all these advancements and transformations? We have obviously more solutions that we are using. Our infrastructure is now very fragmented. We have data on the cloud, we have data in the data center, we have data on the SaaS applications. Plus, we have now another vector of IoT devices. A report this year has recently been published that says 80% of IoT-related attacks, they come through CCTV devices. And CCTV devices are literally everywhere. Now, with all of these threats and exponential of devices and data everywhere, the cybersecurity industry, it also expanded. We started with IPS, we started with antiviruses, and we keep on building solutions as we face challenges. But today we ended up with a plethora of security solutions. A recent study that we conducted at Palo Alto Networks in collaboration with IBM, we figured out that a big organization or a mid-sized organization is using around 50 plus tools from 30 different vendors. And a lot of those tools are obviously siloed. Now the speed of attacks and the adoption of AI is not being done only by good people or organizations. Generally, bad people, they are always one step ahead. They are using AI, and AI is supercharging the speed of attacks. If you look here, today, the speed of building ransomware has gone from days into hours to minutes. Same with compromise and exfiltration, and same with exploiting vulnerabilities. So what do we need to do? How do we figure out what should be done to fix all of these issues. So first thing we need to do, we need to move away from fragmented portfolio into more integrated best-in-class portfolio. We need to move from manual operations into more automated operations. And we need to move from more reactive to proactive approach. And at Palo Alto, this is exactly what we are trying to do. So we came up with this approach of platformization around 2 years back. And the idea was we want to reduce the number of silos. We want to make sure that we are consolidating security, and we want to make sure that everything is done as best in class. Because oftentimes consolidation and best in breed, they are quite conflicting with each other. It is said that you can either consolidate or you can have best of breed. So looking into more detail, how are we able to do that? So we have today 2 different platforms or 2 separate platforms at Palo Alto, under which we have consolidated multiple functions from both network security, security operations, and cloud security. So what we see here, we have network security platform that we also call it Zero Trust or Strata platform. The idea is quite simple. You have one enforcer, and with this one enforcer, you are able to implement at least 15 different type of security controls. When it comes to security operation, there are quite a lot of people here who maybe are more experienced than me, and most probably are more experienced than me. We have around 10 to 15 different tools in any different SOC, any SOC that is being operated. And what it has caused, a lot of different dashboards, a lot of different silos. That is something that we are now covering through one single dashboard with our Cortex platform. So the question of either we go with best of breed solution or we go with consolidated approach. With Palo Alto, you are not compromising when you are consolidating. We are leader in 25 different categories by multiple organizations, Forrester and Sullivan, Gartner, Forrester, Omidia, GigaOm, in all the different vectors, be it network security, be it security operation, be it cloud security. So with Palo Alto, when you are platformizing, when you are consolidating, you are not basically compromising on security. So precision AI is what at Palo Alto we are leveraging to consolidate and to enhance our security capabilities. What is precision AI? We have a mix of machine learning, AI, and generative AI with deep learning. And we are taking the best of everything. And that's what we are calling precision AI, which is now part of our network security and SecOps platform. The way we build our network security platform, we know that our users are on multiple places. We can have multiple locations. And as we have these disintegrated networks now with multiple locations, our data is also in multiple places. It could be in our private data centers, cloud data centers, SaaS, whatnot. We have one single PAN OS that extends from on-prem to cloud to user. And then on top, as I mentioned earlier, we run all the security features that are implemented and enforced regardless of user location and regardless of data location. So the idea of zero trust that is always being questioned, and many organizations are now moving towards that. It is very easier, and the foundation of zero trust is you should be able to enforce streamlined policies and streamlined rules regardless of user location and regardless of data location. That is something we have made possible through our startup platform. And this platform is not just for enforcement. It basically keeps continuous check on your security posture. It makes sure that all of your configuration is always complying with the policies. We have built-in set of standards, and any organization can build their own set of standards as well to make sure every time your admins or your operation engineers are creating policies. Every single policy, when it is being pushed, it is compliant to the standards. When it comes to SOC, security operation is very critical matter. A lot of discussion around this. So the journey of SOC that we had is, again, with any small SOC, and I'm not talking about here big enterprises, they would have around 10 to 12, 10 to 15 tools. So here again, we started as XDR, but today we have our Cortex platform that covers all of the security functionalities needed by a SOC within one single dashboard, one single product. This is just an example from a real customer in US. So before they adopted Cortex platform, there was no automation in place. Their median time to response was 42 minutes. And the tools they had 8 tools in their SOC. Today, most of their incidents are being resolved automatically. The mean time to resolution is down to few seconds. And if you look at the number of tools, it's only 1. So what we have achieved here with this consolidation and platformization, their cost has reduced to what they were paying before to all of these 8 tools. But if you look at their efficiency and their efficacy, they have reduced load on their analysts, which means they are able to do more proactive work than just fighting with the alerts. And they are able to become more proactive instead of reactive approach. Just the last bit from my end. Beside these tools, we have obviously the human factor here. And Unit 42 is industry-leading threat research group that Palo Alto had for their internal threat research. But in last 5 years, we have made it more public facing, which means we are able to help assess your security posture. We are able to give you gap analysis. We are able to help organizations transform their SOC from legacy into next gen. And last but not least, obviously, we have incident response. If you are under attack, we are always happy to help. So as an organization, obviously, Palo Alto is the largest cybersecurity vendor today across the globe by any mean. Number of employees, number of customers, the organizations we protect. And these are just some numbers for you guys. Thanks a lot, everyone. I'm available if you guys need me for anything.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Next, we have Mr. Hamad bin Nasir, BU Manager, IBM Solutions and Security from GBM, Pakistan. His topic of presentation is how to use AI to protect cashless payments from fraud. Mr. Hamad.
अस्सलाम जी सॉरी आप लोगों को वेट करना पड़ा बाहर एक कस्टमर मिल गए थे उनसे बात करता जो मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन है it is very appropriately placed in terms of the solution I'm going to present. It talks about and it encompasses everything that we've discussed throughout the day. It talks about what involves in the solution AI. It involves about cyber security. It involves or addresses the cyber threat intelligence. It involves the identity and access management. So it is basically a use case in itself, which presents itself and it relates to you. And it relates to all of us as users,
and all of us as banks who are going to be part of a supply chain or payment cycle in a say, payment process. My name is Ahmad bin Asir. I represent GBM in Pakistan. I am their software and security manager in Pakistan. GBM Pakistan is an IBM partner. We are presented locally and we are very heavily present in the Middle East. So GBM Middle East is one of our, we directly hold subsidiary of GBM Middle East. Okay. Would be safe to say that it is a very, very serious digital arms race going on. Every day, every time, people out there are there and they are there to exploit and induce threat vectors. In terms of payments, when you talk about payments, we talk about digital payments. The digital transaction base is increasing radically. It was less previously, but over the years, although Pakistan primarily is still a cash-based economy, but digital, since we are going to digital transformation, digitalization is something that is going on. So digitally, our transaction volume is increasing, both in terms of transaction sizes and in terms of volumes. I will not go into numbers, but it is increasing rapidly, about 30 to 40% annually. Once it increases, it gives or sort of puts in a target to people who are in the business of threats, of threat vectors, who are in the business of infiltration, of fraud. So basically what we are going to talk about is that how we as business partners of IBM are to give you a solution of safer payments. As it was talked earlier, in terms of our security presence and security landscape, we're still decent. But our cash-based economy saves us, so we do not have large sizes and large volumes of frauds, but still it is increasing. And since we go digital, the more digital we go, the more threats we add to ourselves. And the more threats we are exposed as users, because we all do digital transactions, we all do online payments, we all use Temu, we all use AliExpress, and all online payments, because every brand and every customer or every vendor has a online presence, and we can buy online. And just to tell you how serious it is, that cybercrime has increased by 35%, or it's tend to increase by 35% in 2025. So it is going to go up, and it is going to affect you, and you as users, as companies, as banks, as financial institutions have to be ready for what's going to come afterwards. Okay. I will talk about this, but let me just what is basically safer payments? Forget about IBM, forget about any other solution. A safer payment is a concept where you as user or as a customer is sure that whatever platform you're using, whatever channel you're using, your payment will go through and you will get the product that you asked for. So that's basically it, in a simpler way. So what IBM does in this process is gives you a solution which is more of a solution which covers all the channels and all the basically areas that are involved in the supply chain. It uses, of course, as I said, it encompasses all the solutions which we discussed. It uses AI, machine learning, and it, of course, when it does that, your frauds and your instances of threats drop radically. When you deploy any solution, I'm sure all banks and all financial institutions have a fraud detection system. But over the years, they've become legacy. So what the major threat that you have is that of false positives. And I was reading
information on the web that the cost of having a false positive and the cost of stopping a transaction is at times 5 times more than the fraud itself. So you need to reduce your false positives so that your genuine transaction is going to go through. And of course, you're in the business of transactions and you can make money. Okay, now how do we do this in safer payments? We do it fast. We do it in a way that we address or we go into the mind of the criminal. We see how we have the solution which is made. It is made in a sense it addresses the way a threat actor is supposed to act. And the reason I said that legacy systems are slow to adapt and are not effective as is that they have a black box approach. Black box approach is give you a yes or no answer. You have no way of finding out what's going on in between. So in safer payments solution by IBM, we give a white box approach where you are in control of what is being deployed, what is being done, and it is introduces a concept of BYOB. Bring your own BYOP, bring your own policy. So you have your policy, you implement in it. So what you do is that by virtue of deploying this solution, you reduce the involvement of the vendor, be it us or any other who's implementing, as little as possible. It empowers you that you can adapt because you're the one, if you're a bank, you're a financial institution, you're a payment gateway, you know your business best. You know your policies best. So once it's being implemented, you adapt it to your own business needs. As I said, why people use it and why people choose it, it reduces false positives. And of course, since it's using machine learning, it detects fraudulent transactions, which otherwise you might not. And since it's fast, it is frictionless. You do not feel the slowness and your transaction goes on as normal, smooth. You need to be data, you don't need to be data scientists to implement it. Once implemented, it is very natural. And it empowers you as a user, as a person, as a bank, as a financial institution. Okay. Why is safer payments by IBM solution better than the others? One, it encompasses the whole supply chain. It encompasses all the channels that are used in a transaction, be it ATM, be it your own account, be it credit card, be it online payments, be it other payment gateways. It encompasses all those channels. Why is it important? Is that the data is only as is important unless it's enriched. So if you don't correlate among all of these channels, you're not able to assess the trueness of the threat. So that is how IBM in this solution is able to reduce the false positive because it does correlation, and it does correlation to an AI, machine learning, which learns with the data. Since the data is digital, it is able to learn fast. AI, it has been always said, it is never going to be a silver bullet. It takes decisions and it does work on the data that is present. If the data is valid, it's going to work as beautifully as possible. And of course, it is able to ingest data from data sources which are available open source, so you can just ingest data from other groups as well. It can do all these, the engine correlates data, blocks, or let's go. Of course, once you have a solution or an end user or an operator, you need to have a dashboard. It does that as well. So you have a visibility in terms of what's going on and what's being stopped. Because the major reason for all of these solutions is for a bank or a financial institution is compliance. It does that as well. I'll skip that. It's too technical. Already spoken about that. The scaling is throughput is high. In terms of TPS, it is very high. Since The reason it is SCI, it uses NoSQL databases and in-memory computing. When you say about NoSQL databases, it doesn't correlate into rows and columns. It does fast computing. My time is up, so I'm just going to go through. These are two references. STET is basically, if you can call it, it is basically a one link of France, so they're using it. IBS is the payment gateway, and FIS is the financial French institution. In terms of fraud detection, TCO, it is lower. So basically, to summarize what I've just said is that IBM Safer Payments gives you a good experience in terms of end user and gives a good environment or institutional compliance for a bank. So I think as we grow in terms of digital presence, as our transactions grow in the digital infrastructure, digital environment, we need to have these solutions in place on all our financial institutions so that we as customers, you as customers, can make these transactions comfortably and we not worry about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hamad. Very well said that you have to go into the mind of the culprit or the person to make some software or an app so that it is more secure. और बड़ा मशहूर है ये वाक़या कि you can always say, ask a thief to catch a thief. So if those who are into it and making all these things or breaking your codes, etc., why don't you get help from those people and they'll help you out much more and much faster. Now we're going for the panel discussion on bridging gaps in CTI, which will be moderated by Mr. Ashraf Faisal Khan, CEO, Comtel Systems LLC. Please come on stage and invite your panelists. Mr. Ashraf Faisal Khan.
Assalamualaikum ji. First of all, thank you very much for being here. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Ashraf Faisal Khan. I'm CEO of Comtel, been in the industry for 25 years. So that's a quick introduction. I would like to call the panelists on the stage. If Mr. Dimitri from Kaspersky can come on the stage. Shumaila Hamid from PTCL. Ali Manzar from Bank of Punjab. Asad Avandi, who's the CEO of Secure Networks, and Mr. Imran Nasir from SACP. Oh. Hello. So thank you very much for being here. We have a very diversified panel. We have Asad, who's going to represent the local industry, Shumaila, who comes from telecom, Ali, who's going to represent the financial industry, Dimitri, who's going to give us a lot of perspective on the international side, and Imran Bhai is going to talk about, most probably I'm going to pull a lot of information and ask him information of the government side of things as well. So just to kickstart the panel for the audience, if we can start from this side, what is CTI for the audience? Just to give them simply, just to make them understand what CTI is, and what your perspective on that, and if you can talk about few challenges around it. So we'll start from Asad, and then we can move across on the panel.
We see that as a process, there's a huge amount of threat intelligence in our field coming from various aspects of our business, whether it be from to have a platform which can can identify real-time threats. The most common aspect, key element has been threat intelligence from day one. Previously, it used to be signatures, previously it used to be IOCs, but now with the AI-driven kind of attacks, we have seen that the threat intelligence landscape has also changed towards AI-driven and anomaly-based, behavior-based intelligence. The major challenge, around this in the day that we are right now is, we see that there is a lot of threat intelligence, and most of the enterprise organizations, they have a huge number of threat intelligence coming in from the various aspects, from their OEM, from their reseller, from management provider, from firewalls, from IPS, NGS, a lot of. The key challenge comes in when you implement the threat intelligence in your plan. So we need to have platforms who are capable enough to do ISP switching around 10 feet faster and give you real insight.
Interesting. So from a vendor perspective, working, you think one of the major challenges is how we can deploy that, and we need technology and platform for that. Moving on to Shmaila. Shmaila, if you can just give your introduction a little bit for the audience and your experience, so they know where you're coming from and the perspective on the question.
My name is Shumaila, and I'm working as hello. Okay.
Just keep it near your mouth. So coming to the question, coming from a telecom sector, so how do you perceive cyber threat intelligence, and what challenges do you see in the telecom sector when it comes to cyber threat intelligence?
The gaps that the get programs like provide for different practice, different areas related to political and processes. So we the goal for those challenges to make sure that we have. So the primemost reason which I think the challenge is that we have to secret line, right? We have multiple sources to look into, gather, analyze, and report. That gives a problem that at least will be this much. The second challenge that we are not really effective digitalizing part of our operation. We have limited operational implications with all services, and hence our workflows with even the IR is limiting the common area. Another issue that I is that things that is connected to strategic and technical capability have strategic and technical disciplines. Where acceptance are usually, interested in looking at business side, while the SOC or the security teams are mostly interested in analysis, just to also as they are not
So what you're in simplified, what you're saying is that there's so much information coming in, so it brings on a lot of operational and issues around it. So we'll come to the resolution later. So moving on to Ali. Ali, if you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, so this is Muhammad Ali Manzar. I had the information security function for the Bank of Punjab. My peers have already shared some essential elements in the first place. So progressively there is data, then there's information, and there is intelligence. What we get in the name of intelligence is data. So intelligence could, I mean, literally, if you say that if you want intelligence on someone, you mean that it should give you certain insight which is actionable. It could help you decide. So otherwise, if you get published data or information, it won't help you decide. That's my take on intelligence, that intelligence should be contextualized for you to take a certain action.
So from a financial perspective, how does the financial organizations look at CTI?
Yeah, so financial sector is one of the prominent sectors which has been under attack, and primarily for fraudulent activities, but for sabotage activities as well. We being a semi-government entity also are targeted from a different vector as well. So if we should get to know if our crown jewels which help our business, for example, our core banking system, our SWIFT, our mobile banking, or the vendor or the third party which supplies these core elements or are somewhere in the supply chain, if they are being targeted in one way or the other.
Interesting. So moving on to Dimitri, first of all, thank you very much for being in Pakistan and representing Kaspersky. So if you can just introduce yourself for the audience and your perspective, how you as one of the leading CTI providers globally look at CTI and the gaps you see from your perspective.
Thanks a lot. So yeah, my name is Dmitry Berezin. I'm working for the last 6 years in Kaspersky and responsible for moving of our enterprise and government customers from reactive to proactive approach. So actually it's about the threat intelligence. You should know what you're doing. You should know why you're doing. So why you're protecting your assets, how you are doing this from day-to-day operations, from the point of view of security operation center, from the business continuity, from the point of view of information security department, and of course, threat intelligence. And amazing way how to do this is to apply the diamond model inside of your organization. So to understand what kind of threats they may target you and what kind of tactic techniques and procedures the threat actors can apply to your infrastructure and map it to your organization, to your IT information systems, to information security tools, and to vulnerabilities that can be used by these attackers to compromise your data. So this is the way how we can know what we're doing and how we are protected.
So just a follow-up question on that. I mean, because the other people sitting over there, they're taking the information, right? And you are sending the information. So one thing I would like to understand is, and for the audiences, how do you get that information? Because I'm sure Ali will get a feed that this is the IP or whatever hash, we need to do something about it. But how do you gather that information?
Exactly. So for us, for the vendor, it's relatively simple and difficult at the same time. So we have more than 100 million of different sensors distributed globally. Some of them are part of our Kaspersky security network. So if consumers and our users are ready to share the telemetry from their endpoints, we will be able to detect the attacks on them and share this information about the attack with other users that will be proactively protected against the similar type of threats. And we also have our own honeypots and sandboxes and other things distributed globally on telecom operators. We also have the partnership. We communicate with Interpol and Europol in order to fetch all of this threat intelligence data. And what is the most important, extract this data in the way that can be implemented in real infrastructures. In a way, indicators of compromise, URL rules, APT, and crime wave reports. So this is way how we are processing this data.
Thank you, Dimitri. Moving on to Imran Bhai. Imran Bhai, what's your perspective on CTI? You've worked in the telecom sector. You have a lot of experience. If you can introduce yourself, and if you can just talk about your perspective on CTI and the gaps you see while working in the industry for such a long time.
Hi, my name is Imran Nasir. I'm working for a securities and exchange company. I have experience from the banking side, then telecom side, then right now I'm in the government sector. CTI, I would tell you in a very brief, it's about data and the metadata about the threats, threat actors, and their tools, techniques, and the way, whatever they do to launch their attacks. It's all about CTI. And right now, regarding the challenges, I see three major challenges, like the threat data remains within the organizations. They, out of fear, they do not share with anyone. If there are some trusted platforms where they can share anonymous threat feeds or threat data about themselves without to be highlighted, so they can share it. So this is the first gap. The second industry gap is if you look at threat feed from one principal and the other principal, both threat feeds are a little bit different. It's not the same. Maybe due to some business reasons, they do not collaborate due to some reasons. So this is another gap. And there is also a gap about skilled resources in this technology domain. For example, I would talk about general industry in Pakistan. If you see, threat intelligence is not even a domain within our information security portfolio. It's a subset of a SOC. I mean, any SOC. So any person who is working on L1, L2, or L3, they consider as a subset of something, and they do check open source intelligence and commercial intelligence as well. But I have seen people who are specialized about threat intelligence. They are working only on threat intelligence, not any other domain. So this is another gap that we see as a subset of some domain, not as a separate domain. Thank you.
Thank you, Imran Bhai. Imran Bhai, just we'll start with you again. Now, we talked about what CTI is from a different perspective. We have different verticals, industries, and international perspective as well. How do you solve this challenge? You've talked about three challenges. What do you think would be a way forward to solve this challenge? We'd start with you and we then move with the other panelists.
There should be some either from the government or some other trusted platform where different industry organizations can share their threat feeds or threat intelligence, which is particular for them, without out of fear. So this is one thing to fill the gap. The other thing is we need to have skilled resources regarding threat intelligence and have them trained specially for the threat intelligence. And also, if we can enhance collaboration among the principals like Cisco, IBM, 40, or you name any other. So if the collaboration is enhanced, then of course we can bridge the gaps among the, industry as well. Thank you.
So what you mean to say is that there are gaps, and mostly what I understood is that companies and organizations and verticals are working in silos.
Yes, yes, for sure. Yes.
For sure. So you think if they can collaborate better, it can help. Moving on to Dimitri. Dimitri, talking about how to solve the problem, right? So I would like to understand, or we would like to understand, because you work with at national level with other countries as well. So the gaps you talked about, how do you see as an OEM that you are adding, or you think these gaps can be solved when it comes to CTI?
Yeah, actually, the gap itself is coming from the fact that this is a new area of expertise. So some of our customers asking us, can you find out the people who have the threat intelligence experience for more than 10 years? And we tell them, like, this is just not possible, because 10 years ago, there was no threat intelligence departments in customers and government organizations. There was focusing on a reactive approach on security operation centers. And the best what we can do is find you the threat hunting expert with this amount of expertise, because threat intelligence became the topic for the last 5 or 6 years only. So this is meaning that there will be a lot of changes. There will be changes in a way how we process the data, because it's big data platforms mainly. We are talking about providing and aggregating the information from millions of data sources. We are talking about hundreds and thousands of APT groups and millions of indicators of compromise. All of these This will change because one moment command and control center is located in Switzerland, and another day it will be somewhere in North Korea, and another day it will be in South Africa. So all infrastructure is changing, all information became absolute in a very small amount of time, and you need to update and follow the pace of the hackers as well. So for us, the most important is to follow the holistic approach, to train the team members that are responsible for threat intelligence. And that is why we have a dedicated training program for subject matter experts. We have the technologies that is helping to share the threat intelligence data within the organizations and merge the information between EDR, CM, and other information security tools. And of course, the last and most important part is have very well-defined processes to make sure that everybody knows what to do in case of emergency and what to do to be proactively protected against different type of threats.
Yeah, it's working now. So moving on to Ali. Ali, you mentioned gaps. You've heard what the other panelists have said. What do you think is way forward? How do you can solve some of the gaps? I wouldn't say 100%, but still, what do you think could be a way forward?
Yeah, so the first and the foremost thing, as shared by Imran and Demetri as well, it's a new phenomenon. It should be graduated in a full-fledged program within the organization, like we have for vulnerability management or security configuration or risk management. So cyber threat intel should become a program within an organization. And from this side, who utilizes cyber threat intel within an organization? It's a SOC analyst, it's a cybersecurity architecture guy, it's a risk manager, it's the business owners who own any of the crown jewel assets which is being targeted. It's the CISO who wants to fund any new procurement. So cyber threat intel should be rich enough to help every one of them make a decision. And it can only happen once we, one, develop it as a program, and there should be a proper feedback loop. So we imbibe intelligence, and then we give feedback. It was usable, it was useful, and we did this with information. And that's how the AI engines of the cyber threat intel would get trained and give us more contextualized information. That is from this side of the table.
Thank you, Ali. Moving on to Shmaila. Shmaila, you've talked about gaps. You know the telecom industry. You've worked in cybersecurity for a long time. How do you think could be a way forward to solve some of the gaps, if not every gap?
So I think my colleagues have mostly covered the gaps related to the different areas, and I think they are generalized to all the industries. But just to summarize, I think we need to have centralized threat intelligence platforms or SOAR in place to make sure that we integrate our operational disconnects. We need to make sure that our data sharing mechanisms between the tools are standard so that they are able to quickly integrate with and provide the intelligence. We need to make sure that our security controls are being supplied with automated ILCs rather than somebody manually looking into that, and then so we need to automate using AI all these steps to make sure that we have the intelligence part of those security tools. And apart from that, I feel like we need to build a specialized skill set to make sure that our raw CTI data is converted and transformed into the strategic. So this is.
So it's interesting, and I have a funny memory of a customer. I was talking to a customer. He said, the gentleman, if he's on a holiday, those CTI or IOCs will be pushed when he's back. So so security needs to stop till the time he's not back, and adversaries needs to go on holidays as well. Moving on to Asad. Asad, you work as a security provider. So how do you solve those gaps? I mean, what kind of technology you think or solutions, not naming any specific OEMs, what do you think is the way forward?
Of course, Ashar, I think you will agree with me on this as you are in the similar field, that for us, the most important aspect of threat intelligence is the relevance of it. CTI in like cyber threat intelligence is no different than, the intelligence when we are in a common warfare. We get an intelligence that, certain, terrorist attack group is attacking some other part of the universe. we don't start, preparing for them here in Pakistan, right? We only prepare for them when we know that, this is a relevant threat for our territories. It's the same in CTI. So the first and foremost aspect for us in the managed services provider in cybersecurity is that we make sure that we curate and correlate the threat intelligence with the aspect of our customers. For the banking, there is a different set of threat intelligence. For the government sector, there's a different set of threat intelligence. To curate it properly and it helps, overcome the workload of the customer side as well as our SOC teams. This is number one. The second most important thing is we have the relevance of the threat intelligence. Now we have to do an IOC sweeping around it against the environment. It has to be done very fast. Again, I will use the same example. If we get an intelligence about a certain attack vector in a common warfare, and we don't do anything about it, like, for a day or two, and that attack has happened, so there was no use of the intelligence. So as soon as you have the intelligence, you have to have the means and the tools to immediately, in a very prompt, in a very quick, time frame, you should be able to respond to it.
Interesting. The next question is around AI. Everyone talks about AI, and it's when I talk about AI, I'm always lost because it's everything now comes with AI. If you don't sell any product which doesn't have the word AI, I think no one is willing to buy it. So coming back to CTI, I would like to request Dimitri to talk about the impact of AI in the CTI. And I'll request Asad to respond in terms of what solutions are available around AI. And then we'll move to the next questions because I think we just have 7 minutes left and I want to make sure we finish it on time. So Dimitri, what do you think? What's the impact of AI? And please, when you talk about it, talk about the threat actors using AI and how you as a global security provider are using AI in your CTI journey. Thank you.
Thank you. So for us, AI is actually simplifying a lot of things. So before we need to manually analyze terabytes of data, and it was almost impossible to do because you cannot analyze this based on the human being. So you need to apply machine learning algorithms, and because it is human readable text, especially if you're talking about dark web, deep web, the information about the tags that is going on right now, this is something that people just talk one with each other, especially if you're talking about speaking on different languages, if you're talking about Farsi, Urdu, if you're talking about other languages that was specifically used the wrong way so that it will be difficult for automated tools to understand the content and context of the conversation. In all of these cases, AI is amazing. So it is providing you more clarity what is going on the dark web. Of course, if you're talking about activities that can be supported by the CTI analysts, AI is also helping. Because before you need to read a lot of materials, you need to read like dozens of reports related to the APT groups. You need to compare the tactics, techniques, and procedures of different threat actors and apply it to your infrastructure. Right now, you can outsource this work almost 100% to the AI that will provide a short summary report for any incident that is occurring and map it to any threat group that may be targeted your infrastructure. But hackers is also using the AI. So for them, it's also simplify the part related to the collection information on the surface web about your organization. So you do not need to run any more the network scanners. You just ask Shodan, use the API, use the automation through the AI agents, and they just collect all of this information from the internet and provide you a short summary. Like, this is the list of assets related to this customer. This is the compromised accounts from this customer. This is the links to the Facebook and LinkedIn accounts of the employees of this customer. So what you would like me to do next? I can compromise all of them. So this is also the big problem.
Interesting perspective. Asad, what type of impact AI is bringing into the solutions which you are providing in the local industry?
Huge, obviously, first from the marketing point of view, as you mentioned. I will continue from where Dimitri left off is, the hackers are using AI for reconnaissance, for malware generation. They have become very fast in, changing the techniques of the attack vectors. Similarly, from our side, we have to do the same. We have to be proactive. We have to have actionable intelligence. We have to have, again, I'll go back to, relevant and curated threat intelligence. And with the use of AI, we can be able to tell now, that whether this whether this intelligence that has been given to us is relevant to our industry or not. This is one aspect. The second important aspect is, when we talk about AI, it has to be used to a magnitude where we should be able to tell even before the attack it can happen, and it can be done. It's there. It's already happening. You know, if I generate a domain at my sitting at my home, the solution should be the technology should be fast. It should be intelligent enough in terms of AI that it should be able to tell that whether I'm going to use this domain for a good purpose or a bad purpose. This is the basics of
Ali,
using
do you
AI.
want to add anything to this?
Although you've asked about AI, but bridging the gaps. So I would just like to put it in this way that if a telco is under attack in Pakistan, I do not get to know within hours. If a textile mill in Faisalabad has been attacked with a ransomware, I do not get to know in the next few hours. Although the technology is there, we know sticks is the format which you can redistribute intelligence with. Taxi is the protocol that we can use. They are MISP platforms. So there need to be ISACs developed, not within sectors, but cross sectors as well. Of course, AI can also be used to distribute it and to contextualize it. But one of the major things when it comes to intelligence is to have a collective defense with the help of information. Yeah.
So time's up, but I still want to ask, Shmaila, PTA has a national NCERT for the telecom industry. Is it bridging gaps in terms of CTI?
Well, I think yes, a bit, but it has to be a bit more automated compared to the manual process that is being run around sharing the information with the customers. As of now, it's quite manual, and as you mentioned that when the analyst is back from the holidays, they'll be able to take the action. Similarly, this is happening.
So a takeaway could be that you all can recommend NCERT that they can. I think that's the purpose of NCERT as well, right? So cross industry function and intelligence sharing most probably and definitely would be in part of the NCERT. If you guys want to add anything, it's open.
Yeah, just one very quick thing to respond to Ali bhai. आप हमारी service use करें, आपको मिलेगी information सारी. Very quick.
So if any panelist wants to say something, you can, and then we can close the panel because we're just between lunch.
It is not a technological problem. I believe it's a structural and cultural problem here in Pakistan. We have fragmented frameworks working in CTI, which need to be fused together.
Dimitri, you want to add something?
The proper threat intelligence program will help you to prevent the incidents within the infrastructure. So this is the primary goal of security.
Imran bhai?
Thank you much. I would like to add that right this point in time, there is a gap between academia and the industry. So if the curriculum can be revised and the gap can be bridged down, so we can get the engineers ready-made for the industry. So this thing I would like to add. Thank you.
So I think we will end our session because we can go on and on talking about this. So I would like to thank all the panelists for their valuable information, and thank you for the audience to sit and listen to us patiently. And
just before lunch. Yeah.
Just before lunch. That's the most difficult
Thank
task.
you, Ashar. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashraf, Faisal Khan, and your panelists. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's events. Hope you enjoyed the day-long, very informative discussion. See you all next year in 9th edition of this event. Please proceed for lunch. Thank you very much.